All right, guys. Happy 4th of July. I heard it in the wind. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you're new. Thank you so much for joining me today. Hope you enjoyed that song. That track is called 4th of July by Soundgarden. Yes, Jake, I saw that, buddy. Thank you. And so, yeah, happy 4th of July, America. Although, I don't know that song's actually about the 4th of July, but still, you know, favorite band. They have a song called 4th of July. I'm going to play it on 4th of July. All right. It's a heavy one. And here's Boss. New Soul 9, right off the bat, want to thank you for dropping so many super chats, man. I'm gonna read those in a couple minutes. Let more people kind of file in. And Isley, want to give you a thank you for dropping a single membership gift. Really appreciate that, my friend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Gaming Survivor says, what a week, though, man. JMR says, what do you mean by the last 48 hours made me wake up? I've been awakened, bro. I woke up. Isn't that right, boss? Isn't that right? Boss is like, bro, I don't really care what you're talking about. I just need treats. Muhammad, you sound very upset, man. What did bro wake up to? I woke up to the 4th of July. We do have topics to talk about today. Well, I mean, Tarnish, New Soul's been around for a while, man. And he's a good dude. He's a good dude. He's not like a troll or anything like that, you know? He's just genuinely trying to have some conversation, and he usually approaches things from a different angle. At least that's what I've noticed. And, you know, we agree to disagree at times. Don't knock that over, boy. What are you doing? Oh, here he goes. Here he goes. Guys, you know the drill. I didn't update the goal. I'm sorry. We do that. Boss, you got it. This boy. You got to go, man. You know the drill. Oh, wait. I got to add Isley's member. We hit 25. We can feed this boy. You guys have been crushing it lately. Thank you so much for that. I'm just getting, you know, I always get a little bit stressed with Boss when he doesn't get his treats because he likes to be a little bit chaotic. You can see him waiting. Boss, don't. Okay. All right. Okay. Don't bite that. Don't bite that. Don't bite that. We're getting the first PS6 whispers, aren't we? Boss, don't bite that. Is this guy serious? Will Death Stranding release on Xbox? Maybe eventually. Eventually. Come on. But, yeah, we are talking about Mark Cerny and what he had to say about the PS6, as well as a major PS5 Pro update that's coming. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Yes, boss, we know you want to celebrate the 4th of July, man, but you can't knock my... No, put your paw down. Stop it. Stop. Dude, okay. I'm sorry. Hold on. Hey. You gotta go. Come on. Come on. Over here. Over here. Don't. Oh my God, he's stressing me out. You're gonna knock everything over. You gotta go. Sheesh, man. Hey, over here. Over here. Over here. Come on. Go. Sorry. That's what happens when you have a wild animal, you know, in the same... I should have just named this stream Boss's 4th of July. All right. I've not played Space Marine 2. No, that's a game I'd like to get to. I have to hold this boy back. The chat is already chaos. Is it? Come on. Stop it. I'm going to read these super chats, I promise. If anything, it's good that we're waiting because we'll let more people file in. He is a menace. He's getting crazy right now. Like, it may not seem like it. He's resisting me. Like, I'm starting to get nervous. Stop it. Squish the cat. It's an effective method. Look at him. Look at how he's so serious, dude. Look at him. He's looking into your souls. No, I've not beat Death Stranding 2 yet. We are going to talk a little bit about Death Stranding 2 today, some more, because we have some sales data. And I just want to talk about the game. I played it a little bit more yesterday, and my God, man, it's so good. It's so good. Like, I'm not even trying to be like that. Oh yeah, of course it's good because it's a PlayStation game. No, like, no, dude. This game is so good. I hope this game finds all the success. Kojima, like, genuinely cooked here, man. All right, so I'm gonna read these super chats backwards. All right, I'm gonna start with Digital Dude and then New Soul. I'm gonna run down all your super chats. Thank you for being patient, man. Oh, I see your profile picture, Digital Dude. Nice profile picture change. I saw that picture trending everywhere. Okay, dude. All right, listen. I'm just gonna give him a couple, just to tame him. We still got to push for 25 members, but. Man. Just a few. Leave me alone. All right, so working backwards. You hope Keanu sues that guy? Why? Isley, you're saying, finally picking up my copy of DS2, just Platinum Director's Cut last night. Great game. Fantastic news, Isley. How did you like the first one? Oh, wait, you said great game. Sorry. Well, you'll have to let me know how you like the sequel. Let me know what it's like flowing from the first game right into the sequel, because that I didn't get to experience. But love to hear it, Isley. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it even half as much as I am right now. Good work on that, Platinum. We got Digital Dude 25 saying, happy 4th, MBG. Well, happy 4th to you as well. Saying another day closer to Ghost of Yote. A PS5 exclusive. You wouldn't think it's exclusive if you live on Twitter with how many people were fear-mongering yesterday. Oh, yeah, dude. I was on Twitter for a little bit yesterday and even a little bit this morning, and I have to log off. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't. I'm seeing people literally filming themselves, talking about how they're done, and they're walking away as if Sony, like, stole their wife or something, or burned down their house, and I'm just like, okay, all right, bye. I don't know what to say anymore. Like, I guess go play these games somewhere else whenever it's just, I'm seeing what you're talking about, Digital Dude. I'm seeing people talking about how they're going to be playing Ghost of Yote on their Xbox, and it's like, okay. It's all to be expected, man. It's all to be expected because, dude, like, I told you guys yesterday, I'm packing my bags. And what I really just mean by that is, like, I don't know what else I can do, is what it boils down to. Like, I'm not trying to involve my ego here and make it just about me, because it's not. But maybe some of you can relate, where it's like, I took my L, literally. Like, I'm here on camera telling people that I was wrong. Here's what I said. Here's what actually happened. Taking my L. And what you realize is that doesn't matter. That's never mattered. That never will matter. And you can't reason with unreasonable people. And to attempt to do so is futile and a waste of time and energy. And so, Digital Dude, if somebody comes to me and says, I can't wait to play Ghost of Yote on my Xbox, man, I say, awesome. I hope you have a fantastic time. I hope you love the game. Let me know. Let me know how you like it when you play it. Me, I'm going to be playing it day one on my PS5 Pro. That's what I'm going to do. And I hope I enjoy it too. And I hope I have a good time as well. To try to bring any type of nuance or, again, just anything that would be considered reasonable, such as if somebody says Ghost of Yotei or Death Stranding 2 are coming to Xbox, there's nothing wrong with asking the question when. And you'll find that the people who are saying that, the people who are saying that, not all of them, but a lot of them, they don't have an answer for you. They don't know when. And instead, they're just going to say, they're going to make it clear that it's like, aren't you mad? Aren't you upset? Aren't you emotionally flustered that I'm going to be able to do that? It's like, okay, you got to go. Now I'm getting mad. Boss is like, I'm going to emotionally fluster you right now, boy. I don't have to worry about Twitter. I don't have to worry about trolls. I got one right here. Digital dude, it just doesn't, in my opinion, it just doesn't matter anymore. Okay. All right. I give up. I literally give up. You guys know I want you to still gift. I just can't do this. He's going to torture me. I'm ending it now. I gave up once, now I gave up twice. But digital dude, all I'm trying to say here, man, is that I just there's no, in my opinion, the way I feel, there's just no point anymore. Where like you're bringing up Ghost of Yotei, you're saying it's a PS5 exclusive. I mean, that is the objective fact. That you can't say that you're wrong, digital dude. I'm sorry. Even if I hated you and I hated PlayStation and I hated Sony and I hated every PlayStation fan, I can't say that that is a lie or an untrue statement or an untrue fact. It's not. It's what everybody wants to say after that I'm not interested in anymore because it doesn't matter. Where it's like, if you want to tell me that Sony's going to bring all of their games to Xbox, Sony's going to bring Ghost of Yotei, okay, cool, man. Enjoy them. What am I supposed to say? No, they're not? I don't know what Sony's going to do. All I know is that when this game drops in October, I'm getting it on my PS5 Pro. And Jack Static comes in, clearly feeling sorry for me. He says it's for boss, bro. Here's 5 more membership gifts. Jack, thank you so much for that support, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There's just no winning, digital dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're damned if you do. You're damned if you don't. If you like exclusivity and you see some kind of upside to it, you're screwed. If you want nothing to do with it and you don't care, you're still screwed. And this is what I'm learning. This is what I'm realizing. That it's just people want to. People will. It's not that they want to. It's they will. People will just say, like, this is how it is, and it doesn't matter what you show them, it doesn't matter what you say to them, it doesn't matter, it just doesn't matter. Reason, logic, it's not about being fair, never has been, never will be. People were saying to me for a very long time that you're not fair to Xbox. You're not fair to Microsoft. You're totally unfair to them and their fan base. And they point out all these examples, but what they never tell you and what they never show me and what they never show you or what they never show anybody else is, what about all the times where I was fair, though? What about the other side? What about the other thing that was said? What about the remaining statement? The remainder of that statement, like what about all of that? And the thing is, like, they don't have an answer to that, and they will ignore that, and they will shun that, and they will just say doesn't matter. They'll do whatever they need to do to just say, like, no, what we're saying is the way it is. And that's why I just give up, because it's like there's no fighting that. Doesn't mean, people will see that as they've won, but it's like, no, man, like they're in their own world. And I'm not interested in it. I've been, I've had to watch people absolutely stomp me and my community into the dirt, when in reality, I've seen more people here. Truly, I've seen more people here in my own chat and on my own channel with reasonable takes, with looking to try to have a deeper discussion and inserting just an ounce of nuance. Oh, there's Luna. She's finishing up the trees. I guess I'll save some for her. And I've seen more people here on my channel bring that to the table than I've seen people who have 70, 80, 90, 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of followers on Twitter. And that tells me all I need to know. When I'm seeing a person who doesn't have anything to gain and nothing to lose, just a person in my chat with a more reasonable take than people who have thousands, tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands watching them and listening to them, that's when I know that it's fucking over, dude. Like, there's nothing I can do here. There's nothing I can say. It is over. And all that's left for me to do is pack my bags and realize that, yeah, I'm going to actually there's going to be more meaningful discussion with, strangers in my chat. And, I'm referencing newer people coming in, but, people I've known for a while. There's going to be more meaningful discussions to be had and more progress to be made here than, and I know, like, well, that's an echo chamber. It's like, dude, maybe something needs to be said for creating an echo chamber of reason. An echo chamber of people who are willing to see more than one side all the time. There are going to be people who say that doesn't exist here. Those people don't watch the content. Those people don't engage with this community. Those people don't care. So, Digital Dude, all this is to say is that I hear you, man. Believe me, I get it. And then Digital Dude 25 says, I'm literally seeing God of War is next. Well, let me add one last thing to this, and then I'm going to read New Soul 9's super chats, because he's been waiting too long. I'm just going to say one last thing. When Microsoft last year, when they announced that 4 of their games are coming to PlayStation, and then within 6 to 9 months after that, even more games got announced coming to PlayStation. And during that time, you would see kind of what you're seeing now, but on the flip, right? People are saying God of War's next, Spider-Man's next, Ghost of Yote's gonna, whatever. Whole slate. The term, it's being flipped around, right? It's turning around. What I remember very distinctly, and this is absolutely worth highlighting because something tells me you're not going to see it now. What I remember very distinctly is that there were individuals involved in this space who have influence, who have followings, who get attention, and who create content that were absolutely sure to make content where the title or the hook of that content is PlayStation fanboys begging for Xbox games, port begging for Xbox games. I saw that for months and months and months. And all I'm here to do is ask the question, are we going to see that in regards to Xbox players? Are we going to see those same people create content or make posts talking about how Xbox players are now begging for PlayStation games? I can't give you an answer. because I don't know the future. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. But I just feel as though it's worth asking that question now that we're seeing this, because we're dealing with, again, unreasonable, unfair people who unfortunately prey on the stupidity of the masses, where they want to yell and scream that it's about keeping the same energy. You got to keep the same energy. But only you, right? Only you have to keep the same energy, not me, not us, just you. Trojan horse, port begging, long-term plan. This is the future. I hope to see all of those same things being said. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. Making that type of content gets no views, so no. And what does that tell you? What does that tell you? If that turns out to be the truth, right? Oh yeah, we're not going to do that because that doesn't get the attention, that doesn't get the views. Then what are you really saying? I know you hope the conversation would change after the cuts Microsoft made the other day, but then Sony put Helldivers 2 on Xbox, even though I do feel it's a good thing. Well, one other thing I'll mention here, and it's hard. I apologize. This is not how I wanted to start this 4th of July stream, but I'm just thinking about Digital Dude's super chat. Yeah, you're right. The conversation will never change. One other thing I just want to highlight, because I just feel like it's not going to be brought to the light, and I've just kind of accepted that. Yeah, it's never going to be brought to the light, and said, I saw more of a reaction from certain people. And again, the people that I'm talking about, I'm not referencing nobodies. I'm not referencing just random Twitter accounts or random YouTubers that don't have followings. I saw more of a reaction from, across the board as a whole. Not saying there wasn't a reaction, but I saw more of a reaction to Helldivers 2 being announced for Xbox than I saw for the entirety of everything that Microsoft did in regards to 7 game cancellations, studio closures, mass layoffs, and reports of them looking to replace developers with AI. I saw more of a visceral reaction in some places to Helldivers 2 than that. And that makes me realize that this is over. Maybe it's been over, and I'm just waking up to that fact, and I'm just realizing it now. And so, yeah, I'll end it by saying, Digital Dude, I'm right there with you, man. We're going to be getting that July State of Play for Ghost of Yotei. I'm going to be tuning in. I'm going to be very excited to see what they have to show me, and I'll be looking forward to playing it on my PS5 Pro come October 2nd. And that'll be that. And New Soul 9, again, thank you so much for waiting patiently, man. You dropped quite a few super chats here. I'm going to try to read them all in a row here. You're saying, hey, MBG, I wanted to ask you if you think it's a little silly / naive for someone to say, quote, go get or find that talent to get your shit together, end quote. Well, that so-called talent tells you straight to your face that they don't want to work with you. Due to them just simply being happy where they are right now, or no amount of money nor benefit will persuade them, which is a common thing. And one way to back up that argument is by bringing up the acquisitions of Microsoft and with Bethesda and ABK, where the moment the acquisition was official, the next morning you get an email of highly talented gaming developers / directors speaking about retiring all of a sudden, wanting to go make their own studio. You also say happy 4th of July to everybody, and it looks like you, it looks like half of the super chats, or at least a portion of them, were responding to Tarnished. Now, I do have to say that I don't have the messages from Tarnished in front of me, so I'm just going to kind of have to assume and infer what the discussion was about. But you say here at Hey Tarnished, it's kind of, you're saying that's kind of what I'm highlighting, how that type of comment of get that talent is a little tone deaf when you add that context of the company you're working for. Not giving leeway to Microsoft, just having, oh, hold on. I lost you. Not giving leeway to Microsoft, just having a better understanding that I should change my expectations accordingly. Looking at the company Xbox is behind of, and not just blindly screaming into the camera at Xbox executives like Phil, Sarah, Matt, giving the context of the company they work under. That what you call someone just being better, educate them on the situation. And then you say to Tarnished, you kind of do have to accept it because Phil, Sarah, Matt are very well aware they can easily get replaced the moment they step out of line. That is true. And hold on, I just cut you off again. I'm sorry it's so broken up, New Soul 9. You're saying that they're aware they could get replaced the moment they step out of line. They aren't the honcho of the company. Satya Nadella is. And just like a normal developer, Phil, Sarah, Matt have families they need to look after. So the situation isn't so simple. And you say here, they do as they are told. We need to understand we are under capitalism, bro. At this point, you want to more critique the system itself and how it's playing out. You should understand this. You should understand how the game is played. And then finally, you say to Tarnished, yes, you do blame capitalism. Capitalism allows you to limit workplace democracy and keep you in line. At this point, you want to have a political conversation with me, which this isn't the right place to have it. Well, first off, New Soul 9, I appreciate you dropping, the support through the super chats. And it's interesting. I mean, this is a tough one because it is kind of true that it's difficult to evaluate the situation with Microsoft holistically, I would say, without pointing out that they are the epitome of corporate America. It's really hard, I think, to avoid that. And that does become political very quickly. But Tarnished, you're saying New Soul 9 was trying to blame everything but Microsoft. Well, I mean, you could almost, with what New Soul 9 is saying, you could almost look at this as the FTC, the CMA, the regulatory bodies that are put in place to prevent things like this from happening have failed to do so. You could almost wrap up everything that was just said under that, because it's like there is blame to go around. But the question is, who does the blame fall on? Because I kind of understand where New Soul's coming from to a degree where it's like, I'm going to yell at Phil Spencer and say, this is all your fault. There was like this article that was trending that was saying maybe fire one person instead of thousands. And it was talking about firing Phil Spencer. And I'm like, well, I get it. He is the face of the gaming platform and the head of it. And, it's like sever the head of the snake, right? I get that. But truth is, like, Phil only has so much control, as does Matt Booty and Sarah Bond. And they have what we would essentially call corporate overlords, which is, that is Satya Nadella. That is the board of Microsoft as a whole, but also to a degree the shareholders. It is very much like politics, unfortunately, where it's like either fall in line, recite the message as you're supposed to, or you're out, because you can and will be replaced with somebody who can do that and will do that. And it's all done in the name of, it's either like basically what you're describing, New Soul 9, is survival of the fittest to an extent in the corporate world. Just like when you're out in the jungle, survival of the fittest. I mean, the corporate world is supposed to be very controlled, very maintained, very well oiled, but that basic philosophy still it actually, it's, and you know why? It's because it's the hierarchy. What you're talking about, New Soul 9, and what we're talking about in a broader context is hierarchies. Hierarchies exist everywhere. They exist out in nature. They exist in the, civilized world. Hierarchies are always, they're fundamental to the nature of our existence, literally. And I know that that's like, well, how did we go from talking about, layoffs to hierarchies? It's because it actually has everything to do with it. Where when people ask, why is it that the lower rung developers, the people who are in the trenches doing the work and trying to make the product that is going to be sold to make the corporations these billions of dollars. I mean, it's because of the hierarchy, man. It's because it's like, yeah, listen, there's only a few select people who can run the ship at a top level. There's only a few select people who've been deemed skilled enough or the right choice to be able to lead all of those developers. And the reality is you're never going to see a Phil Spencer type or a Herman Hulse type come out and say, you know what, guys, I fucked up. I really, really fucked up. And because of that, people lost their jobs. I let the fans down. I'm gonna resign. I'm not fit for this position. I'm not fit for this job. You're never going to see that. But the reality is that that's applicable to probably half the corporate world. And that's because it's what we call, kissing ass, ultimately. A lot of people who are working in the corporate world, their eyes are on the prize, man. And only one thing matters. And that is we got to work our way up. And so it's best that whoever's in charge, whoever's going to be in charge of giving me that promotion, time to become the yes man or the yes woman and kiss ass. That's brown nose. That's it's not new. It's just, it's being done at such a high level now. That I think is what's new. Where yes, now we're seeing that put into effect with not just multi-billion-dollar companies. First, it was multi-million-dollar companies, then multi-billion-dollar companies. Now we're talking about multi-trillion-dollar companies. What is that? This is why I always ask, what does that even mean? It means power. It means power, sway, and influence. And when there's power to be had, where there's influence to be gained, there's going to be a lot of ass kissing, dude. And there's going to be a lot of falling in line. And a lot of people, there's going to be a lot of collateral damage as well. Like a lot of the people who are actually good and not living in that fucking type of environment or world or trying to make that environment better, yeah, they will be caught in the crossfire. But some people also deserving, some people who do need to go, it's tough. But ABG, you're implying that you can't differentiate between what's worse or better for consumers or companies, and that's due to capitalism. Xbox One bad? Well, capitalism, bro. And that's where I can see the other side of it. I think it really just boils down to at what level do you want to have the conversation? Because sometimes having the conversation at the highest level isn't necessarily productive. You know what I mean? Where it's like, I appreciate that New Soul 9, like what I gather is he's trying to zoom out and find like, what is the true root cause? Like, what can this all be traced to? And that makes sense because the idea is if we can trace it back to the root cause, maybe and we could do something about that, it'll fix everything beneath it. But again, as with most things in life, it's not that simple. It's actually usually much more complicated where, yeah, you can go find the root cause. But, when you begin to discover the reasons why, hey, this thing at the center of it, the core of it, the heart of it, of like, this is what it all is attached to. When you begin to figure out how that was able to happen in the first place, you put the pieces together and you realize, oh, that's why this exists. And that's how it got to this point. You know, you start to trace it back. You realize that, I mean, I hate to say it, and I know I apologize that it comes down to this, but you begin to maybe realize that there is no actually fixing it. There's just trying to make the best of it. And that, I mean, that brings us all the way to the highest level of, now we're talking about life, bro. Now we're talking about the problems of life. And I'm not trying to do that on 4th of July, you know? But yeah, I mean, when we see things like this happen, people want to, they want something to blame. They want someone to blame. Who is responsible for this? This thing's coming off a little bit. And sorry. And the thing is, a lot of people are responsible. A lot of people who aren't even involved anymore were responsible. A lot of people that came before them were responsible. A lot of people today are responsible. It's just, honestly, it's interesting in a sense, because I started this stream talking about how I kind of give up, man. And like, I realized that there's just no winning. You're never going to change, just like people are talking about what they're encountering on Twitter, what they're encountering on forums. You just realize that, like, there's just too many of these types of people in the world. And it'll never not be that way. You will never be able to the only way to win is to walk away from that. It's like, it would be like somebody in an executive position at a company, like, willingly, looking at the mistakes they've made running a brand and saying, I'm going to go now. They always get voted out. That's how it works. They get voted out. They will never willingly step down. And maybe you do see that on super rare occasion. And that's a sight to behold when it happens, because it's somebody just kind of realizing that there's no good to be done here, man. Like, if you're actually trying to do good, you're gonna get slaughtered. And then they realize that, well, whatever good I was, it's like I always say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Everybody goes into it thinking, I want to do something good. I want to make it better. And the deeper they get involved, the more tangled up they get in it, the more they realize, Jesus, I don't have control over any of this. What system did I just get sucked into? It's sad. It's sad, man. It's really, there are good people out there. I want to make that known. There are good people out there. The problem is, the truly good people, you usually never hear from them. You usually never hear from them, man. And even if you do, their time is short. Irfin's like, this world is a jungle, man. Never forget. I'm sorry. Irfin's just in here like, I seen some shit, bro. I seen some shit. No, but really, I mean, probably most of you here, yeah, we've seen some shit, right? So New Soul 9, one thing, I feel like New Soul 9 secretly wants to have philosophical conversations, man. I think that's what it is. Because the way he starts, and I understand why, like, it's tough, because it's hard, man. It's hard to have these type of conversations in an environment, and the environment we're talking about is a lot of the gaming discourse circles, you know? New Soul 9's also saying, anyways, MBG, you got to try the mushroom coffee. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. I was going to pick up a bag like a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago. Completely forgot. I'm going to actually make a note of that now, because I genuinely do want to try it. I just ran out of coffee like a week ago, too. I should have bought it. Hold on, let me Because when I was talking to Mrs. MBG about this, she was like, yeah, I've seen this coffee before. I've seen people talking about it. And apparently there's something to it. Can you talk about the UK bread theory? I don't know. Can you tell me what that is? That's the first time I'm hearing of that. And New Soul, you also said correct, MBG. MBG, the root cause can make companies like Nintendo, where they put high pertinence on the well-being and salaries of their employees. They cultivate meaningful culture. Whereas with Microsoft layoffs, baby, yeah, I mean that's the thing. Culture is. You're right. Culture is a huge part of it. To say that it's this way in one space, so it's this way in all spaces, is not necessarily true. It's not necessarily true. Because yeah, it is true that there are plenty of companies out there that do prioritize that, and it's just that what's also true is that the companies that are doing that are not going to, they're likely the ones that are not going to grow the fastest and become the biggest. Usually. And that's not to say that Nintendo isn't a big company. They're a very big company, but it's like compared to the size of a company like Microsoft, they're very, very small in that, comparatively speaking. All right, we got a couple more super chats here. We got, let's see. Where did I leave off? Digital Dude with 2 super chats says, I also can't wait to play Saros Intergalactic Wolverine exclusively on PlayStation 5 day one. Those are fighting words, Digital Dude. Don't you know? People keep forgetting the day one point with pro enhancements. I wonder how many people are going to sell their PS5 not knowing that you can only play GTA 6 on consoles first. Well, I want to, you know what I'll say to your super chats, Digital Dude? And this is a thought I had yesterday after we were done streaming, after seeing so many reactions from people, and honestly, especially reactions from certain PlayStation players. Like, I was sad to see, like, there's a kind of civil war seemingly going on. Like, there was like a little civil war with Xbox players, and now there's like a civil war with PlayStation players. Where it's like I'm seeing people be like, it's like now you got to pick another side, right? Where you're either going to fight for exclusivity and say, I'm not okay with this. Sony, I'm not okay with what you're doing. I want to inform you and your company that this is a bad decision. This is a wrong decision. And you're making a huge mistake and you're devaluing everything. It's either that or it's like, and you guys are just totally okay moving the goalpost, just doing whatever the corporation wants you to do. And it's like, listen. I have 2 big problems with this. And I'll tell you what they are. The time to the green coats are coming. Sorry. The time to make that stand came and passed. It came and went. It's too late. And I'm going to tell you why. Number 1, back in 2019, when Sony made it clear, I think it was 2019. It was either 2019. I think it was 2019. We're bringing Horizon Zero Dawn to PC. And a lot of people did just that. They freaked out like they are right now. And they were like, I'm not supporting this. I saw people putting their PS5s in the toilet and taking a picture of it, the whole 9 yards. Wonder whatever happened to that guy. Like, you wonder if he actually did move on from PlayStation after that. There's no going back. And, you could kind of understand why there was such a visceral reaction, because it's like, it's over. They're putting games on PC. And people were saying the same thing, Digital Dude, that they're saying now, except with PC, where it's like, yep, and it's just a matter of time till all your games come to PC, and they're all going to be day one, and so on and so forth. But the reality is that the people who are having the most visceral reaction, you saw a video where a guy was destroying his PS5 Pro. My God. Yeah, it's cool, Tarnished. I appreciate the back and forth, in a respectful way. It's good to see that. Even if at the end of it's like, hey, we agree to disagree. I appreciate that. We need more of that. The visceral turmoil. But yeah, the problem is that was the time to make your stand and tell Sony no and hope that they'll listen to you. And they didn't listen to you. If you said, Sony, I think you're making a huge mistake putting games on PC, we are literally 6 years removed from that. And you cannot point to factual proof that that hurt Sony. You cannot provide factual data that will inform Sony as well as everybody else that this is why it hurt them to do this. Instead, what you can do is, if you're looking at the data, see that actually this didn't hurt us at all. We're doing better than we ever have. Not just with revenue, but with console. Like, we're doing just as well as we've ever have with console sales as well, without price cuts. So that's the first thing. I want that to be understood. I am speaking. Look, and Digital Dude, I know you want me to talk towards the Xbox dudes. I'm done. I'm like, it's hopeless. It's hopeless. They were screeching at me for celebrating Forza Horizon 5, saying I'm a port beggar. Okay? First, I'm a pony that hates Xbox games. Then when I play an Xbox game and I say, this is actually really good, then you're just a pathetic port beggar. I'm done. I'm not talking to those dudes. Because it's not about being reasonable. It's not about being fair. It never will be. Never has been. Never will be. But the PlayStation players that I see out here losing their minds, at least on Twitter that I see. Number one, Sony went multi-platform in 2019 when they said we're bringing our games to PC. We're backporting games to PC, and we're not going to inform you when new games are eventually going to come to PC, but they will be going to PC. Rich Rod, I'll read that in a moment. Number two, and this is the big one. This is maybe even bigger. If everything that we have been talking about and everything that's been leaking, every rumor, and even what Microsoft was saying themselves with that video with Sarah Bond about the next Xbox console, Windows-based, multiple storefronts, if this turns out to be true, that the next Xbox hardware is going to have Steam, then guess what? They were going to get Helldivers anyway. They were going to get it anyway. And I understand that people are going to say, well, that's not the same as Sony porting it. But think about it from Sony's perspective. That's the point. If you were Sony and you found out that, yeah, they're basically making a PC console. Like, it's basically going to be a PC in a console shell. And it's going to have Steam. We're already seeing pictures out there of Miles Morales being booted up inside the Xbox app. If I was Sony, I'd say, well, then screw it. Throw Helldivers over there. Get some sales while you can, while the game's still relevant. Why don't people see that? Why don't they see that that game was going to be available on Xbox anyway? And I know that people are like, well, should they do the same thing for Spider-Man 3 if Miles Morales and Spider-Man 2 are going to be on there? I don't know. No, probably not, because if the next Xbox is going to be a PC, then chances are there aren't going to be Xbox versions of games anymore. There's going to be PC versions of games. There's going to be Xbox PC and Steam. And then there's going to be Epic Game Store. I just don't understand the meltdown, man. I don't understand it. Like, people are so serious about it too. And I'm like, listen, man, if everything I just said still isn't enough, where it's like, it doesn't matter that they put their games on PC, they should have never done that. Okay? And it doesn't matter if Helldivers 2 is going to be available on Xbox eventually. It would have been years from now through Steam. Sony sent the message that they were willing to port a game to Xbox. I'm like, well, then what are you going to do? Be miserable now? I'm serious question. Like, what are you going to do? Just every day be miserable because it's like Sony did this. It's like, okay, man, yeah. They did it. Big whoop. You're not going to play Ghost of Yotei now? You're not going to tune into the State of Play this month? Like, what was it? What, you can't be excited for Ghost of Yotei because it's like, well, what if it goes to PC now? What if it goes to Xbox? It's like, why don't we cross that bridge when we get there? You know, like, if we get there, that might not even be a bridge that exists. You don't know. And I want to say this too, because I have to admit, this one comment did get to me a little bit that somebody left me. Where they were like, if you are a PlayStation player who bought a PS5 for exclusives, you have every right to criticize them. And here's what I'll say to that. That's fine. Yeah. That's fine. I agree with that. Criticize Sony for putting Helldivers 2 on Xbox and using that as an example that you were lied to. But I gotta know, what about all of the screams and all of the in caps messaging that I got, or you know, maybe not yelling, but just saying, what about all the people who told me back in 2019 and 2020 when Horizon Zero Dawn and Days Gone, and then not too long after that, I think it was what was after that, God of War, who told me, guess what? They're putting their games on Steam now. They're big franchises like God of War, Horizon, etc. They're multi-platform now. Think about what multi-platform means. Multi-platform means your game on multiple platforms. And I realized when I was told that's true. But here's where it flips on the other side now. Why is it that digital dudes got to bring up to me like, what's up with people making it seem like PlayStation doesn't have exclusives anymore? This is what I'm talking about, where it's fuck all the noise, dude. Because nobody wants to be fair. Nobody wants to actually say what it really is. You know what it really is? Sony is a multi-platform publisher that picks and chooses what games they want to be exclusive for a certain period of time. That's what it is. That's exactly to a T what it is. It's not what you want it to be. It's not what I want it to be. It's not what the Xbot over there wants it to be. That's literally what it is. I'm not saying anything other than a pure fact right now. And what you will see are people coming out of the woodwork saying, no, that's not what it is. Because I'm Nostradamus and I'm actually coming from the year 20. I'm coming from the future, bro. I was living in the year 2029. Let me tell you what it actually is. And then you get people that they want to act all cocky about it. It's like, well, what do you think's going to happen? Gee, I don't know, man. Are you the same guy that was here 10 years ago saying wait till Microsoft buys ABK and goes multi-platform? No, you didn't say that? So you're saying you can't predict the future and that you don't know what's going to happen. People want to make it seem like they're so fucking smart because it's like, well, I saw like 3 dominoes fall and then there's one more in front of it. I'm pretty sure that one's going to fall too. It's like, oh my God, you're a fucking genius. And I get it. They're acting that way because there are people who unfortunately, yes, they don't see that. They don't see, guys, there's another domino in front of the one that just fell. There's like 2 more ahead too. Do you understand? It's fair to say that domino didn't fall today, and that domino may not fall tomorrow, but dominoes are there to fall. It's going to happen. It's fine. It's fine to say that it's going to happen. But to try to tell somebody that it comes back down to the conversation I had about Death Stranding 2 and some of the argumentation that was occurring, where like people are like, I can't wait to play Death Stranding. Like they're trying to like troll me, where it's like, yeah, man, you can like you're trying to celebrate Death Stranding as a PS5 exclusive. I'm going to be playing that on my Xbox and on my PC. And it's just like, when? Can you tell me when? And I'm not even kidding. I had people saying it'd be like 1 year from now. I had people saying 6 months, 3 months, earnestly telling me like they just got off of the phone with Sony and Kojima and they found out. And I'm like, fuck these people, dude. Like, who are you people? You don't know anything. You don't know anything. I know, Irfan. It's just it's a lot of chaos out there right now, man. It's a lot of chaos, and you know who's got it right though? You know who's got it right? I'll tell you who's got it right. The Helldivers 2 community. They got it right. Because you know all I've seen from that community, no joke, people excited that they're going to have more reinforcements, dude. More people joining the fight. That's it. That's it. I'm like, that's when you think about it. And I know that literally in this moment, I am guilty of the very thing that I'm about to claim. I understand that. I am self-aware in that way. I know. I'm guilty of it. But the reality today when it comes to video game discourse on the internet is, for way too many people, the enjoyable act of playing video games and partaking in the playing of video games has been deprioritized. And it has taken a back seat, or it's even in the third row, or in some cases it's tied up in the trunk. Because too many other things outside of that have been prioritized for them. And that to me is the wake up call. That's why, like, somebody asked, like, said in the last 48 hours, you know, what did you wake up to? It's like, that's what I woke up to, man. Is like, dude, I'm getting people over here who are I can guarantee you, I can guarantee it, that are playing way less video games than me, or at the very least playing in terms of time frame, playing a lot less than I am, trying to tell me that I'm a fake gamer and that I shouldn't be allowed to comment on these things, or that or I need to stop spending my time on Twitter or console war and whatever and spend my time gaming. And it's like, dude, I fucking promise you, if I actually bring up my playtime, I've lapped you 3 times over. Not saying you're gonna, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and make the argument of like, let's compare how many games we're playing, because I already admit that I don't play. I'm not out here buying like 10 different indie games or 10 games at one time and playing them. You guys know that. But I'll be damned if I'm going to have people out here who it's very clear, like, maybe take a look in the mirror, buddy. I'm pretty sure you're the one that has deprioritized the playing of video games. I'm pretty sure you're the one that has spent less time playing games, and you're out here talking your shit. I'm tired of seeing that stuff, man. And it just confirms to me once again that too many people have lost the plot. Too many people have lost the plot. They have prioritized, and I know I'm getting all like worked up and stuff, but they prioritized the wrong thing, man. And I, unfortunately, and this, keep in mind what I said prior to that statement, I am self-aware. I understand that I'm doing the same thing. And this is what I have a problem with. Because I'm involved with it, I have a problem with me engaging with it as well. I do. And I'm looking to get away from it. It's been difficult over the last 24 hours. Nick, thank you. Maybe Digital Dude 25 says they didn't even give Xbox Lego Horizon. That should tell you everything, LMAO. Well, I mean, to me, what it tells me when I look at the fact that Sony was not willing to drop Lego Horizon on Xbox, but they are willing to drop Helldivers, to me, that tells me that Sony believes that there is a large enough audience on the Xbox platform to justify porting Helldivers 2. In other words, what it tells me is that Sony's expecting to succeed here. You know, like they're expecting to get sales. They're expecting to get a healthy player base. They're expecting a lot of these things. And yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen or not. People are already placing their bets. Doesn't matter to me. Sony's going to find out either way. Either you're going to make a lot of money or you're not. Either it's going to be worth it or it's not. We'll see. Either way, by that point, I'll be playing Metal Gear. So, Schmidt GT says, MBG, you're right. Xbox gamers wouldn't have got Helldivers 2 anyway, but why then actively bring it over? PlayStation is giving me weird vibes, but still loving my PS5. Well, and Michael Lynch, yeah, I see you, buddy. We're gonna talk about that next. I know. I got too caught up in the. It's a problem, right? I know. My bad, dude. You know. I know, Michael. Michael's like, so about that Mark Cerny interview, bro. I'm going to move on to that next. But just to answer what Schmidt was saying here, you're saying like, okay, if Helldivers 2 was going to come to the next Xbox anyway via Steam, then why actively port it over? Well, in my view, I look at it like, if it's like, okay, well, we can't stop what's going to happen, right? We can't stop the fact that Helldivers 2, no matter what, like here's our option: either delist your games from Steam, or because even if you do that, people who already purchased it will still be able to play it on that Xbox device if they already own it. It's either quit while you're ahead with the PC stuff, or just embrace the fact that this is going to happen whether we want it to or not. So let's lean into it and try to maximize the profitability of it. I mean, think about it. Like, okay, well, Nixus, because it's worth noting that we were asking the question for a little while, what's the next PC port from Sony? What's Nixus been doing? Nixus finished up their work on Spider-Man 2 and The Last of Us Part 2. They finished up their work on that, and after that, we were like, all right, well, what's going to be the next batch of PC ports to be announced? And nothing was announced. And here we are. And so now we know, oh, well, the next thing Nixus moved on to was helping Arrowhead port this game to Xbox. From Sony's perspective, they probably figured, like, out of all the things we could do, what's likely to make the most money? We could take our most successful live service game by about 100 miles, put it on a platform that's known to like shooters, specifically co-op shooters. We could do that and try to get a bigger player base for it. Or we could, well, I don't know, what else could Sony port to PC? People were talking maybe like PS3 games or whatever, and I'm like, well, Sony doesn't even treat PS3 games right on their own platform. I'm not going to do that. So I guess what I'm trying to say, Schmidt, is that I think no matter what angle you look at this from, it's hard to find the negative. And the only negative, and I want you to think about this, Schmidt. I want you to think about it. And I want the most diehard PlayStation fans who are having a real problem with this right now, really think about this. What truly is the downside to Helldivers 2 being on Xbox? If you can explain to me, I mean, and I'm not talking like it's going to devalue. No, because if you tell me that this is going to devalue the platform, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear it, because what I'm going to see in the coming months is you being wrong. And I say that because Helldivers 2 is going to launch on Xbox. It's going to be out there, and the PS5 is going to be trucking along. And the PlayStation platform is going to be doing better than it probably ever has. It's going to be going just fine. And clearly that's going to inform us that the value in the eyes of the wider market was not lost. So I'm going to need to know what the actual problem here is. You know what I think? I know this is me like turning it around a little bit, but you know what I think? I think that there are a lot of people on the internet, maybe too many. As I've said, I think that there are a lot of people on the internet where the only way they were able to get any type of attention at all, I mean, like a lower to mid-level, is by playing that role of PlayStation exclusives. That's all that matters. And Sony is always the best because of that. Not for any other reason, but because they lean into being that kind of hardcore, you know? And I think that's not the problem, by the way. That's not the problem. To be clear, there's nothing wrong with that. People will say, oh, isn't that what you do too? The problem is, but I think some of those same people, or a lot of them, were also the ones going kind of nuts, going kind of ape when Microsoft announced last year that they're bringing games to Xbox, or, you know, games like Gears of War and coming and whatnot. And I think a lot of those same people had the arrogance, the self-confidence that bled over into arrogance to come out and confidently say that Sony won't do this. I'm telling you, authoritatively, definitively, Sony won't do this. And I think once that news came out that Helldivers 2 is coming to Xbox, that just shattered and broke their world. Because I think that they just realized, oh shit, not only was I wrong, because let's face it, people are wrong all the time. I'm wrong, you're wrong, Joe Schmo's wrong. Everybody's wrong at times. Nobody's right all the time. But when you are that person that comes out, when you're that person that comes out and puffs your chest out and says, I'm telling you that I am right and you will be wrong, just for it to turn out to be the exact opposite, yeah, that's going to shatter a lot of people's worlds. When basically being right, when being an arrogant individual, and this goes both ways, by the way, this is not just PlayStation players, this is everywhere. This is on Xbox as well. PC, it doesn't matter. When you are that type of person, and then the you know, and then you're the one with the egg on your face, you only got two options. Either take a knee, take an L, take a big one sometimes, and admit you were not just wrong, you were an asshole about it, and you were totally wrong. You look kind of dumb. You look kind of like an idiot, right? And you know what? Is that so hard to admit? I've looked like an idiot. I've straight up worn a clown wig and a freaking red nose before. I've been dumb many times. And I'll tell you, it's not just on stream. I've been dumb many times in my life. Nothing new here. Is it that hard? And then move on. For some people, the answer is it's impossible. Some people you will find they will literally go down with the ship, whatever that they will stay on that island, dude. That island is sinking and you're going down to the bottom of the ocean with it. Unless you get the fuck off. Just admit it. This ain't the place to stay. Get off, but get out before you drown, man. But some people, their pride is too great. Where it's like, no, I am right. It's like, all right, man. To me, that just seems unreasonable. That seems unreasonable, seems irrational. It's like, I'm pretty sure the rest of us are just going to be moving forward and enjoying the playing of video games. But if you want to stay on that island, man, as it's slowly sinking and being consumed by the ocean, and you want to get left behind because it's too difficult, you know? Exactly, gaming survival. I love how that's what he brings up, man. I think I would literally rather people bring that up than the things than some of the stupid things I've said. And you know, I see how people act, and they're like, "You're a fake PlayStation gamer," or "You're the reason why PlayStation's gonna die." And it's like, do you think that I have phone calls with Hiroki Totoki and give him advice and tell him I think this is what you should do? Like, you know what I mean? Like, dude, stop. Unknown, you do think that? Oh, it's very flattering. No, I don't have any sway like that. I have no influence whatsoever over any of the decisions that Sony makes, except for one thing. If they put out a product and I have to decide, do I want to purchase it or not? That's the only message I can send Sony is, I want this product, I will give you money for it, or I don't like this product, I'm not going to give you money for it. That's it. That's all I got. That's all I got, bro. And when Sony put out Helldivers 2, I said, you know what? I like that. I like that product. Yeah, it's launching day and date with PC. I don't care. That game looks awesome. And I bought it. And I played it. And I got the platinum. And I put hundreds of hours into it. And I don't regret a damn moment. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that my excitement for Sony's games is now somehow diminished because of the prospect. And it's a prospect. It's not a guarantee, nor has it anything been announced. But it's like, what if they go to PC day one? What if they eventually go to Xbox? It's like, what if I just buy the game and fucking enjoy it and it's awesome? What about that? And this is why I was asking the question yesterday. I was asking the question, like, what are people so afraid of? Because these kind of meltdowns that I'm seeing people have, it's like, what are you afraid of? Like, dude, you do need to go to PC. Honestly, like, if you're this like rattled over like a console business, like, dude, you need to go to PC right now and just get it over with, get it done. You know? It's just, I don't know, man. It's weird to me. I'm not saying it shouldn't be discussed or it shouldn't be looked at as like, oh, this is okay. All right, here we go. Neutral zone. You're saying I didn't have that same energy when Xbox started porting their games, bro. I'm going to ask you to do two things for me, Neutral Zone. Number one, I want you to explain to me the difference between Sony putting Helldivers 2 on Xbox and here's what I want you to do. I want you to create a list. I want you to list to me what Sony put on Xbox, what Sony published on Xbox, and then I want you to list what Microsoft either A, published on Xbox, or B, what they're going to be, or on PlayStation, or B, what they're going to be publishing on PlayStation. And I want you to tell me I want you to highlight the difference for me. Point out the difference for me. Okay? Do that. And then we'll move on to part 2. Bro, he ain't doing that. You're asking too much. I know. Maybe he will. Well, who knows? Maybe he will. Maybe he will. I'm just coping that Sony's going third party. Sony already went third party. What's there to cope about? Apparently I was coping when Spider-Man 2 dropped on PC. You're saying that's how Xbox started MBG. It doesn't matter the type of games. Wait, hold on. Neutral zone, really quick. Sony came out and told me it's just one game. Is that what they said? Did Herman Hulst tell me it's just one game? Did Herman Hulst do a podcast where he said it's just 4 games? Pretty sure Sony told me over a year and a half ago that all of our live service games will be multi-platform. We are taking a multi-platform approach. Pretty sure I can dig that up and find that proof. And pretty sure we could point out the fact that when that statement came out, everybody, well, not everybody, but a lot of the same people were like, well, there we go. Sony's multi-platform. And you know what I said? Yeah, they are, because they just said they are, because they're putting games on PC. Now, if you asked me, and I talked about this yesterday, Neutral Zone, if you asked me, well, what did you say? What did you say about Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox? I said it's probably not going to happen. I already took the L, man. I flat out said I was wrong numerous times. I took the L. I was totally wrong. I did not think Sony would put Helldivers 2 on Xbox. And you know why I thought that? Because I thought, well, shit, if they're going to do it, they're going to do it now. They're going to do it within 6 months. They're going to do it sooner rather than later. Turns out, no, they're like, we'll do it a year and a half later. I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't expect that. Who really did expect that? I don't think anybody did. See, Neutral Zone, you represent the unreasonable person, bro. Don't you understand that? You're coming in here saying you're not keeping the same energy. Like, what energy are you talking about? Dude, I want you to think about this for a second, Neutral Zone. And this goes for everybody else. I had a comment on my stream yesterday where somebody said, when Sony ports a game to Xbox, it's because they don't see Xbox as competition. But when Xbox ports a game to PlayStation, Xbox is dead. And that shit got upvoted like 20 times. As in 20 people, apparently, real people, I don't know, apparently they agreed. And that actually bothers me. Do you want to know why? And I had to respond. Hold on. When did I say Xbox is dead? When did I say that? You know what I said? You know I said over and over and over and over again? I said to the people who were saying Xbox is dead, no, they're not. The Xbox console is dying and on its way out. Yeah, that is literally proven to be true, as in nobody's buying it anymore. The sales have completely stopped. But Xbox as a brand, they're not going anywhere. Xbox is probably going to be the biggest publisher in the world at some point, if they aren't already. That's what I fucking said. But yet you get somebody who just makes that comment. They say, no, you said Xbox is dead. I never fucking said that, buddy. Never said that. You may see people on my channel that say that. They're not me. If you want to tell me, if you want to quote me, if you want to tell me what I said, now I'm not going to sit here and say that I've never said that ever. I mean, God, dude, I've been streaming for fucking 6 years. I'm not going to sit here and say that. At no point did I ever once say in my entire life. That's taking things too far. But if you're talking about in this scenario, we're talking about the prisoner exchange, the going, multi-platform and all this shit, dude. If anything, I have been the one here explaining to people, no, this is really what's going on. I got made fun of yesterday because I said exclusivity isn't dying, it's transforming. I got made fun of for that. Tell me how that's not true. I need to know how somebody can come out and say exclusivity is dying or is dead when Nintendo exists. That person's more right than me. When I'm sitting here saying it's transforming because, well, Sony's not dropping Ghost of Yotei day one on PC or Xbox, and we don't know when or if that's going to happen. There's going to be some kind of timed nature to exclusivity going forward outside of live service games. Does that not Does the word transformation, is that not, oh, I just have to use the word dead or dying? That's the only word that can be fitting enough to describe it? Okay. Sure. I don't know, man. And when Xbox ported one game, you said they're going all out. Well, Neutral Zone, this is what confuses me. Microsoft started by porting 4 games. So even with what you're saying, it's not the same. When Phil Spencer went out on stage and did an hour fucking long podcast saying it's just 4 games, I'm not here to announce Indiana Jones or Starfield. And I fucking looked at that and said, that's bullshit. Because the 4 games that you're bringing, we're talking about Hi-Fi Rush, a single-player game. We're talking about Sea of Thieves, Rare. Why do you have to say you're not bringing Starfield? Why do you have to say you're not bringing Indiana Jones? That's kind of weird. Why are you even doing this fucking podcast right now? All of this is weird. Yeah, grounded. Like, all of this is weird, and it gives the vibe that you're trying to slowly pull the Band-Aid. Meanwhile, Sony fucking comes out and says, we're going more multi-platform, and all of our live service games are going to be multi-platform. They don't say how many. They don't give us a number. They just say all of them. They say we're no longer focused on console sales. We're focused on MAUs. I think people are just confusing the fact that I was calling out. People are trying to make it sound like Sony lied. Sony lied. And it's like, dude, you can go listen to what they said. And what was just announced literally falls in that criteria explicitly. You go compare that to Phil Spencer blatantly saying it's just, well, actually, to be fair, if we're really going to get in the technicality of it all, even Phil Spencer didn't lie. I was trying to point out to people that he's basically letting you know. He says, for now, we're just starting with 4 games. We'll see how it goes. I'm not here to announce Indiana Jones and Starfield. He never said that that's not happening. And when I tried to point that out to people, just by simply letting them know that, hey, all the fucking rumors, because this is the context that people want to leave out, all the rumors that were piling on prior to that Xbox podcast saying they're going all in, full slate, third party, Starfield, Halo, Gears. It was like, oh my God, it's over. That is exactly what the energy in the room was. Not because I said so, but because those were the reports that were coming out from everybody. Hence why they had to do a damage control podcast to reassure everybody it's not that, at least not right now. That's literally not what's happening right now. What's happening is exactly what Sony said would happen. Sony said, we're going more multi-platform. All of our live service games will be multi-platform. And we're focused on MAUs. That's exactly what they said. And you know what? You know what Herman Hulst said? Herman Hulst, and we'll see. We'll see. Remember, put a fork in this too. Herman Hulst said, we're very thoughtful and strategic when it comes to our tentpole single-player games, where we want to put them, and if we want to put them anywhere else. Well, then let's see. I'm not here to tell you that Spider-Man won't come to Xbox. I'm not here to tell you that. All I'm here to tell you is that if you want to come at me saying keep the same energy, I'm going to have to ask you to stop fucking watching people who are clipping me, bro. That's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to ask you to start watching all. If not, I know it's not realistic to watch all of it, but please watch more. Please listen more. Because you know what I see? I see people clipping me from yesterday. And you know what clips I don't see? You know what clips I don't see making their way into YouTube videos? I don't see people clipping me talking about how I was wrong about Helldivers 2. My bad. And this opens this is a new beginning for Sony. This is something that they've never done before. Explicitly like this. Where are they're not there. They're not there. But see, this is the problem. This is the problem, man, is people, they come across that shit. They read what other people say. They watch what other people are saying. And then they come to me and they're like, keep that same energy, bro. What do you want me to tell you? Sony didn't come out. You ready? Here's the big one. Herman Hulst didn't just come out with a video podcast reassuring me and you and every other PlayStation player, I'm not here to announce Spider-Man 2 going to PlayStation, going to Xbox. Not here to announce that. We're just starting with Helldivers 2. That's not what Sony did. Hence why I'm not sitting here telling you that you better calm down because it's just one game. That's not me saying that. In fact, more than half of our conversation yesterday was about the prospect of more games going. That's what pisses me off. That's what gets under my skin, because you still have people leaving dumbass comments being like, be better than that, MBG. Why are you saying Xbox is dead when they bring a game over, but when Sony does it to Xbox, it's lack of competition? Who the fuck even are you? And why do you have this many upvotes on your comment? Why have I not deleted this comment yet is a better question. Next time, listen to what the fuck I have to say. If you listen to what I had to say, then you would know. You would know that at no point did I say Xbox is dead. That's not me saying that. That's other people that I cannot be held responsible for saying that. Okay? So not only is it not me, but I went on record saying as soon as Microsoft announced those games, and it was clear that this is the beginning of the end of exclusivity for Xbox, and it is eventually going to be the full slate, because that's what every single rumor, insider, and leak is saying. And then you got Phil Spencer practically trying to say, no, no, no. What did I say? You know what I said? Well, competition's done. Competition's over. There is no more competition. That's exactly what I fucking said. That's exactly what I said. And I've said it time and time again. So in other words, what we are looking at are people deciding, you know what, MBG? You did say Xbox is dead. You didn't say there's no more competition. You just straight up said Xbox is dead. And so I'm going to condemn you for that, and I'm going to tell you to be better for that, even though that didn't even happen. That's literally not a thing that happened. But I'm going to make it seem that that's exactly what happened. Gotta love how that works. Gotta fucking love how that works, man. Digital Dude 25, you're saying, is Hellblade 2 worth pre-ordering on PlayStation? I'm thinking about it. I mean, it depends on what you're looking for. Like, I personally enjoyed the story, and I appreciated the graphics. It looked incredible. There were a lot of aspects of the game I liked, but there were problems. A couple of the problems I had with Hellblade 2, the combat gets old very fast because it's very basic. It's cinematic, and it's cool, but it's real, you basically are just doing the same thing throughout the game, and there's just not much to it. That and the fact that there is, I think the pacing of this game is really not good. There's like a whole chapter. I'm like not trying to spoil anything, but basically there's a whole chapter where, it's ironic because people use the term walking simulator for like games like Death Stranding, where it's like not really applicable. But I kid you not, like for at least a fifth of this game, you are walking, doing nothing. and I guess there's like a little bit of a puzzle involved. You're trying to navigate a cave, but like I was really struggling with that part because I'm like, this is how did they not realize that this is really, really poorly paced, right? Like this is hurting this game right now. And I almost got the vibe that they felt like they had to kind of extend it a little bit. Mainly because it's a very short game. So I don't know, man. Like I still, at the end of my experience with it, there were many things I did like, but the shortcomings that the game has, I think they're quite significant. Where I don't know that it's an easy recommend, but I don't know. What I will say is I would recommend it as long as you go in with the understanding that there's minimal combat and it is very, very slow paced in some parts, and it's a short game. It's like 5 or 6 hours. As long as you go in understanding that, yeah, like the graphics, the animation, the mocap, the voice acting, the performances, the story, all that is incredible. But you got to be aware of the other side of it too. Anyway, yeah, I don't know, man. The frustration just builds up. I know. I don't know. I'm probably going to have to I'm so annoyed because I thought I was going to come into the stream and just have a very tame and normal conversation about Mark Cerny's interview. But I'm at this point, I know it sounds crazy, but it's a holiday and I already just lost my shit for an hour and a half and I wasn't even going to be streaming that long today. I'm almost just thinking I'm going to actually try to come back Sunday proper. I know we still can, but I don't know. It feels like I feel like I soiled it. They got to me, man. It's crazy how much this affects your mood. Well, I'll be honest with you, Capono. I woke up not feeling too great today, and I could tell that I was already in like. You ever just sometimes wake up a little bit agitated, and you're not sure why? I hate that. It's like the worst feeling ever. Like it's like the saying, like you woke up on the wrong side of the bed or whatever. It just for no reason woke up like a little bit more agitated and I don't know why. Like for no reason. I had a good day yesterday. I had a good night, but I just wake up and I'm like, oh man, I feel like I'm hold on. Okay, hold on. No, not nightmares. I don't think I had any nightmares. Yeah, I had a nightmare that Spider-Man 2 was announced for Xbox, bro. I woke up screaming. I fell out of bed in a panic sweat. Yeah, Herman Hulse is texting me. He's like, John, what did I tell you about this? We already had this conversation. If you feel as though you can't keep it together, stop streaming. I'm just going to have to title this 4th of July meltdown. Nightmare. We already told you Spider-Man 2 is not going to Xbox. Title it that 4th of July meltdown. Why did you say Helldivers? You said want come to Xbox. You said Sony said multiplayer games would. Well, to be fair, that's a good question. And here's the only answer I have for you. All I can be is honest. When Sony said, I won't deny that when Sony said we're going multi-platform with our live service games, I assumed they didn't mean Xbox, and my assumption was based on everything that they have done. They said that, I think after announcing Lego Horizon for Switch 2, And I remember looking into it and I'm like, dude, they didn't even announce this game for Xbox. Like, they're not even bringing this game to Xbox. I'm like, they'll give it to Nintendo, but not Microsoft. To me, I misinterpreted that sign. And this is where I'm willing to say that I was wrong, dude. Like, I interpreted that as they're not giving Xbox shit, dude. Like, they're not doing it. And I really felt confident about that. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Rich Rod, I apologize, man. I don't hate you. Hold on. Let me. It's just that I genuinely was I really did interpret. Now, granted, like Hiroki Totoki and Sony, they didn't say we are not bringing our multiplayer games to Xbox. They didn't explicitly state that. But when they said we're going more multi-platform and our live service games will be multi-platform, my assumption was, well, I think they're talking about PC and maybe Switch too. And that was because up until that point, that's all they've ever supported. That's all they've ever supported. And so I think a lot of people had that same feeling, man. That like, yeah, I don't know that it would be wise to assume. Like, if you walked away from that business meeting last year from Sony saying, well, I guess that means games are coming to Xbox, you still would technically be wrong because it's been a whole year and a couple months. Hold on, I got to text Herman Holst. But yeah, that's the honest to God answer, dude, is like, I can say that Sony didn't lie and they didn't necessarily mislead either. They made a broad stroke statement that, you know, had to be it could be interpreted a few ways. The messaging, I think, was left kind of open in the sense that, like, yeah, we're just going to use the term multi-platform. We're not going to explicitly tell you what platforms. And maybe that should have been the sign that, well, that could mean Xbox. But yeah, I would have assumed that if Sony was going to, and I'll be honest, man, like, I would have thought that if Sony was going to bring Helldivers 2 to Xbox, it would have happened a lot sooner. Like, I mean, honestly, I would have thought that it would have happened, like, I mean, at the most a year later, but maybe like 6 months. Instead, it's like a year and a half, dude. So I don't know if that's how long it took them to get it up and running. I don't know. But it is conceivable to think that, I mean, you could think that maybe they would have had it on Xbox sooner if they weren't too preoccupied with server capacity and rolling out content for microtransactions, you know, and war bonds and just having new content updates. I mean, it's conceivable to think that really it did actually take this long. Like, their intention was, we always wanted to put this game on Xbox, or at least we were always considering it. I don't know. I'm not sure. I do remember that there was a comment from Phil Spencer, and this is why I think that maybe Sony and Microsoft know a little bit more about what's going on with one another behind the scenes, where Phil Spencer made a comment in 2024 where he's like, you know, you're going to see other, like, we're not the only ones doing this. You're going to see other platform holders start to do this too. And I was like, there ain't no way he's talking about Nintendo. And I thought that comment from him was always interesting, because it's like, are you just saying that's like what you're hoping for, or do you know something? And I, you know, looking back on it, it's like, I almost wonder if he kind of, I don't know, like, he kind of knew. I don't know. It's a lot of people think that Sony's being short-sighted here. and that they're doing like long-term damage or something. But I'm like, I'm not so sure about that. Hold on. Guys, hold on. I'll be right back. And Rich Rod, when I come back, I'm going to read your direct donos. Hold on, guys. All right. Rich Rod, you're saying here, Sony, you disgusting POS. Sony, you disgusting POS, just like Kojima Productions. You betrayed for a bunch of subscription gamers who won't even buy the game. I hope Microsoft gets hacked and it affects DS2. We buy PlayStation 4 exclusives. We accepted PC, but now we lose console exclusivity. I don't care if it's live service to Toki. Such an ugly name. Go homeless, you and your family. Bro said go homeless to Hiroki Totoki, man. Hiroki Totoki and your family go homeless. Rich Rod's very upset, dude. Oh my god. No. Well, Rich Rod, I do appreciate the direct donations, man. I do appreciate the direct donations, and yeah, I clip it and ship it, bro. Well, all right. Well, yeah. At this point, the stream is a lost cause, man. No, it's not a lost cause. The truth is, I think this stream, I'm not going to be too hard on myself. I think it's the fact that no, we'll still hang out for a little bit longer, but I do think it's the fact that you know, we got quite a few super chats that were kind of, and maybe that I should do a better job of anticipating this, that you know, the news was so significant the past 24 48 hours that it's going to bleed over into, because there are people that can't catch all my streams. There are people like, you know, I think like New Soul 9 and Digital Dude, they, you know, they still want to come in and have, you know, say their piece, and it gets me going back on that topic or different topics, which I don't mind at all. I just have to do a better job at keeping in mind that when we're talking about bigger topics like this, the conversation is probably going to linger for a day or two or three potentially, and that if there are other things that I do want to make sure to talk about, they might have to come a little bit later, when the dust has fully settled. But I did wake up somewhat grumpy today, not in the best mood, although I'm feeling better now, mostly. Can I see more layoffs happening at Microsoft? Well, the rumor is, yeah, that's going to happen. All right. Okay. Um. So yeah, I mean, So I guess we should just keep going in this direction. It wouldn't be. Yeah, I saw that, Irfan. I want to give you guys a little update because I know that there are people who do like Forza Motorsport. We have a bit of an update on the situation with Turn 10 Studios, the Forza Motorsport team. Um, Turn 10 Studios has shuttered the Forza Motorsport space, and the team no longer exists. It's a very sad day for one of the best car racing video games. I loved my time there. The studio is still open. Like, the reason why the studio wasn't shut down and they kept 50%, they're now being sidelined as a support team for Forza Horizon. I mean, I kind of understand. Like, there's a part of this that I kind of understand, where it's like there's no denying that Forza Horizon has completely taken over as the go-to racing game for Microsoft, and maybe it is redundant to have two racing games. To whereas like Forza Motorsport would be more of a Gran Turismo competitor, but yeah, it's still a shame, man, because it's kind of weird to see where the Forza Motorsport games have really been, I think, pretty important to, they're pretty much Microsoft's equivalent of Gran Turismo. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is worth highlighting because my understanding was that they were still going to be making Forza Motorsport, but based off of the information we're learning, that's not the case. And it is worth noting that Windows Central has reported, by the way, that Windows Central reported that OD is apparently still in development at Xbox or with Kojima and Microsoft. So I'm going to assume that's the case because we didn't get actual confirmation of any, like, it was just a rumor. Like, we have a rumor that says it's not, and then we have another rumor from, I believe, Jez Corden saying it is. So at this point, I'm just going to leave it that, yeah, I'll assume it's still in development until we get confirmation that it's not. But it makes me wonder, like, why people would, like, why the rumors would be circulating like that. But then again, we also saw, like, rumors circulating that Blade was canceled, but that was not true. But how do we think Helldivers is going to do on Xbox, all in all? How do we think it's going to do? Are we thinking that it's going to actually be a game that does surprisingly well on the platform, or do we think it's going to struggle? You think 1 million sales? That sounds reasonable. 1 million. 30 to 40K. Oh, that would definitely be low. You think it's not going to sell and Sony will realize it was a waste? It is interesting to me. I have to say, what is interesting to me about Sony's decision to put Helldivers 2 on Xbox is that Sony is doing so knowing that, yes, games... Well, the one thing I will say is there are some games that sell well on Xbox. It's just not many. And that's why I think, like, there is logic where it's like, well, this is a shooter. It's a co-op shooter. Even if that audience doesn't necessarily buy a lot of games, maybe this is one they would buy. And maybe because of that added novelty, like I said, that it's a PlayStation game, it can help boost it a little bit. So I don't know. See if I can find some. Okay. That's crazy. You think it being $40 will help? Well, I don't think Sony's going to put it. I mean, I think Sony will only put it into PlayStation Plus and, I don't know, maybe Game Pass. I think they'll only do that when the game really stops selling, but I don't I don't think they're doing that anytime soon. You think they'll be fine if they get 1 million in sales? You think less than that would be considered a waste? Tarnish, you're saying, MVG, my issue with Sony putting games on other platforms opens the door of SW2 being a potential, so it'll degrade the generational baseline. You don't want to see PS6 exclusive held back because of Switch 2. I said, well, I did change the thumbnail or the title of this stream just because it's clearly a lost cause at this point. But, bringing up the PlayStation 6. They already said that, Mr. B? I didn't know. Bringing up the PlayStation 6, I do wonder, I do wonder what's truly going to go down with the next generation console from Sony, because right now, and this is one of those situations, it could be a Switch 2 situation or similar to it. And I try to keep that in mind because there is a disconnect, a pretty major and pretty massive disconnect between people who are chronically online or just online frequently talking about these things and the real world outside of the internet that, buys products and buys video game products. But sometimes there isn't a disconnect, and it's hard to determine. It's hard to determine sometimes because in the case of something like Concord, it's like, okay, what the internet was saying, that ended up being the reality. This game is going to flop. It's going to fail. It's going to be a dumpster fire. You could have said that, no, that's just an internet echo chamber. That's the internet bubble. The reality is it's going to find an audience. It's like, no, they were right. Like that is exactly what happened. I just want, but we see something like the Switch 2, and I know they're two very different things. But the Switch 2, it seemed like it had, all I saw for the Switch 2 were people hating on it. That's all I saw. I didn't see anybody. Maybe on occasion I saw somebody say yeah, I'll pick it up or I'll buy it, but I didn't see people celebrating it or excited for it. And so there wasn't any celebratory, there just wasn't a celebratory energy or an exciting energy. It was just either oh yeah, okay, I'll get it, or overwhelming negativity. And so I really thought well, man, I don't know. I thought that the Switch 2 was going to be, a monster for sure. And then it just, I see that and I'm like, well, I guess not. And then I'm totally wrong. It's no, dude, it is. The Switch 2 screen is big drama. I did see that. Yeah, that does seem pretty shitty. But I guess I'm just when I see what people are saying about PlayStation in general, but the PlayStation 6, I don't know which way it's going to go. I just feel like I'm going to have to wait, watch, and see how it unfolds, where I saw, and this was a little bit surprising to me. I saw Mystic upload his Let's Talk PlayStation today. I didn't get the chance to watch all of it, but the main title was, I think it was Sony's preparing for the PlayStation 6 or something like that. And I just went to go check the comments, and almost all the comments that I saw, it was within an hour of him uploading it, but just people saying why do we need a PlayStation 6? We don't need a PlayStation 6. The PlayStation 6 is, the PS5 generation is just getting started. What are they doing? And I just, it's giving me similar vibes to the PS5 Pro. And that's strange because it's well, the PS6 can't have PS5 Pro energy behind it. I do think the PS5 Pro did, I do think it did well enough and it did fine. And, I think Sony's happy with it, but there's no denying that, Because I remember when the PS5 Pro was discussed, this is exactly what I saw from people. People had the same feeling. They were like, or the same discussion online of like, we don't need a PS5 Pro. Like, it's not needed. You know, it's too soon. It's not necessary. The PS5 generation has barely even gotten started. Who cares about a Pro? And I see all this stuff, and I do worry a little bit. You know, I'm like, damn, dude, to see people. And I know we're still multiple years away, and there's plenty of time for people to change their minds. Yeah, and that's true, Garrett. Like, the PS6 is not releasing tomorrow. The PS6 is multiple years away, and there's a lot that can happen in those years. But yeah, I don't know. Well, you know, I try to think about, like, when people were talking about the PS5 in like 2017, how were they talking about it? Like, if people were bringing up the PS5 in 2017, were they like excited about it, or were they just like, why are we talking about this? I don't remember. I wasn't really covering PlayStation at that time, and I don't know what the early like discussions about the PS5 were like, because for all I know, it was the same. For all I know, people were like, we don't need to discuss that now. I don't want a PS5 right now. I want a PS4. My PS4 is perfectly fine. I don't know if the conversation, maybe some of you guys remember better than I do. 2017, 2018, you know, we're still a couple years away from the PS5. I think it was 50-50. Okay. PS5 reveal was a talking point amongst my friends, and they weren't sold right away, but they all have one now. Interesting anecdotal evidence there. It was the same with people strung up on the PS4 Pro, with the PS4 just coming out. Yeah, I want to be careful not to fall into the trap of, you know, the I don't want to say false negativity, because that implies that the negativity isn't real, but just it can serve as an illusion, right? Where it's like, don't make a mountain out of a molehill, is what I'm trying to say. Like, if you see, you know, you see negative comments on a Mystic video talking about the PlayStation 6 in July of 2025, that's not even remotely indicative of how people are actually going to feel about the PlayStation 6 going into the launch year of holiday 2027, or maybe even 2028. You know? Oh, Hanzo, bro, I'm so sorry. I almost missed your milestone chat. A member for 18 months. You're saying finally a member again. Shout out to the bros. Ladies too. Thanks. Thank you, Hellbound. He's the one who got it for you. People, keep an eye out for me and Patrick's Pancake Shops and Mix on Shelves. I clearly missed something in the chat. I see you guys talking about it now. Well, Hanzo, thank you for being a member for 18 months, man. And shout out to everybody who's been dropping member gifts. You guys have been really helping the channel quite a bit and keeping the community happy. So thank you for that. You hope the rage bait and constant doom and gloom is much less by the time the PS6 comes out. Please, oh God, please. I know, man. Yeah, I mean, I like being here. You know, I like streaming. I like being on the internet. I like being involved in the conversation, but I think sometimes I just fail to realize that it would be beneficial for me to, I think, take more, not like more like extended breaks or anything. I don't really do. I don't want to take extended breaks. I do enjoy it, but just to, you know, kind of have a better idea of like, just take a day off, take 2 days off, you know, disconnect for a little bit, you know, recharge the batteries, disconnect. I think maybe today, and even like, you know, because the thing is, there's an energy, man. I don't know if you guys feel it too, but for the time that I've been doing this, like the internet, it is a place, obviously. But there's an energy. And I know it's like, well, it depends on I don't think it fully depends on where you are, though. Like, you can't, like, for example, like, no matter what, for me, I guess it's because it's what my channel is. Like, when an announcement like yesterday is made, um, it's gonna be like, I don't know how to describe it. The energy is gonna be all over the place. I guess is the best way to describe it. It's gonna be like schizophrenic, you know, where you're gonna get everybody, their mother, their grandmother, and their, you know, their brothers, their sisters, their aunts, their uncles. Everybody's gonna give an opinion. Everybody's gonna have a strong opinion. It's polarizing is the word I'm looking for. It's hard to keep up with, man, and it does drain me a little bit. And I think and I guess that's just the nature of, like, you know, what I do here. It is a bit draining, where it's like, geez, man, you know, maybe I would do well to just disconnect for a little bit, and, you know, silence is golden. Yes, a tumultuous cacophony. It's a cacophony, all right. This has been a heavy news week. Even I need a break from listening to everything on YouTube. Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot. I'll definitely be taking, you know, once I'm wrapped up here, I'll be enjoying the rest of the day, rest of the holiday with the family, getting some gaming in. Definitely going to be taking tomorrow off. But yeah, man, there's one thing I would like to achieve, and I don't know if I'll be able to, but I have like this kind of goal at some point. Maybe one day it'll happen, where like I want to see what it's like to stream and to like continue creating content the same way I do on the channel, but by like drowning out all the noise. That's really hard to do, though. It's tough because there's always like this kind of feeling of like, you know, you want to feel like you have your finger on the pulse at all times. And there's like this kind of fear of like, if I don't, I'm going to miss something, or I'm not going to be in the know. But you know what I'm discovering is that, man, being in the know actually seems really detrimental. That's what it feels like. It feels like, you know, being privy to everything, or so much, or being so aware, you know. Tarnished, I mean, I would say average, you know. I at least in my opinion, like, it could be better, certainly. It's not perfect. Like, I definitely I rely on doing this, absolutely. But you know, there's, you know, not to get too personal, right? But like, yeah, I got a lot going on. I mean, my wife, she's gotten a few new diagnoses, I guess, and we're trying to like handle that, where I don't know if she's ever going to be able to work again, because it's pretty serious. I mean, literally, her spine is, I shit you not, it's actually cracked in half. It's like this. Recently found that out. It's pretty serious. So, you know, got, you know, family we're raising here. And so it's like, yeah, there's always a pressure. I mean, that pressure would be there whether I'm doing this or doing something else. That's normal. Everybody's got that pressure, you know? But yeah, I mean, it's tough, but we're, you know, she's tough. We're figuring it out. You know, this is why I always try to like really express how thankful I am for the support that you guys showed to the channel, for those of you who do. And I know that a lot of you would like to, but everybody's in different situations. I always make sure to like really emphasize that, because it is quite literally the biggest difference maker. You know, you're not just helping me, right? Like, you're helping my wife, you're helping, you know, kids, family, all that. So, you know, this is why sometimes I get so frustrated. I get frustrated because it's like, man, I don't want to be so wrapped up in the bullshit Like, there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a healthier way, a more effective way. And I know there is. And, you know, I've learned a lot about myself since I started doing this. And maybe that's just the nature of time moving forward, getting a little bit older. But, you know, we're only human for now. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. Tarnish, it's tough out here. You know, things are getting tough for people. And, you know, do I wish I was in a better situation? Yeah, of course. You know, could things be better? Always. But I think, and trust me when I tell you, when I say this, I do not practice what I preach nearly enough. I feel like that's important to say. But, you know, it's about trying. Believe me, I have to emphasize that word because I need to do a better job in my everyday life to, I guess, be grateful. You know, you got to be grateful for what you do have. And always, it's not so much about understanding that things could be worse, because you know, I think everybody knows that it could always be worse, but it's about really trying to, what good there is, trying to see that and make sure that the good is being just as emphasized as the bad, right? Keep that same energy, so to speak. It's tough to do. It takes an effort, but it's a healthy thing to do. It's beneficial to do that. But thank you, Patrick. Yeah, I appreciate the kind words, guys. Yeah, you know, that's life. Shit happens. Bro, I'm almost in the same boat. Financially destroyed. My wife can't find work. Well, yeah, I hear you, JF, and I wish you the best of luck, man. There's a lot of crazy shit going on. You know, and for a lot of people, their hands are tied, right? That's why I try to be. That's why I do get frustrated with myself, because one of the things that I want to kick my own ass for constantly is like, dude, stop getting wrapped up in internet bullshit, man. Like I should be thankful that if that's the thing that's grinding my gears today, I should be thankful for that. Like, no joke, right? Like, if that's the worst thing you got to deal with today, you're in a good fucking place. You're in a good place, and you should realize that. And, you know, you shouldn't let something so superficial and so inconsequential have such a negative, such a profound impact on how you're perceiving things and feeling about things. Again, easier said than done. But yeah, it's tough, Tarnished. It's tough. I think I'm just about on episode 4, MRPD. Yeah. I can feel that things are starting to it's getting good. How about you, MRPD? What episode are you on? Hurry up and get to 5, bro. Well, I plan to. I certainly plan to. You're on 6 now? Okay. Yeah, you know what the thing is when I'm playing Death Stranding 2? I don't know what it is. And I don't know how many other people playing it feel this way, but I just enjoy moving in that world. That's the best way I could describe it. Like, there are just some games where, like, even just the act of, like, I'm just moving across this landscape. There's something, I don't know if that's just the nature of the package delivery, where every step you take feels like progress. Maybe that is what it is. And actually, I just had this thought. It's like, maybe Death Stranding kind of has this extra layer to it of progression, or feeling of progression, because of the package delivery system, where every single movement you make means something, to where in a lot of other games, just going from point A to point B, not so much. And Steven Leon, another legend, Another legend. He comes in, he drops a $100 super chat. Steven the Legend Leon, bro. All right, what did we say we're going to call you? Steven Suck on this. It feels kind of inappropriate given, the serious nature of what we were just talking about. But Steven Suck on this Leon. I think we're going to have to do something else. It just doesn't sound right, man. But he says here, I got you, bro. I don't practice what I preach to. I got better with stocks. My wife's companies had stocks. We're blessed. But we were smart about it. Keep kicking myself for not investing in AMD when it was $2, but I'll help out as much as I can. Well, Steven, that's so kind, man. I don't deserve some of you guys, honestly. I really, 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 really appreciate that, bro. Yeah, you and others have been very, very, very generous to me. Oh yeah, suck on this, bitch. I got to get that soundbite. I'll have to try to remember to do that today or tomorrow. But Steven, thank you really a lot for that. You've always been dropping super chats and memberships to help support me and the fam. And that's good stuff, man. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because like a lot of the people that come in and drop like the biggest donations, they're not trying to make some kind of statement or anything. They're just like, yeah, man, I just, I'm blessed and I'm paying it forward and I want to help out others where I can. And I'm like, that's awesome. That's some incredibly positive energy. Very positive. And just we all need a little bit more of that, not like the money itself, but the energy behind it. But you say that you don't practice what you preach either sometimes. And yeah, that's a tough, that to me is like the toughest aspect of life, man, is like, I think we all have this version or vision of ourselves in our mind's eye, like the ideal version of ourselves being the best we could actually be. But actually putting that into practice consistently, where you're going to make mistakes, you're going to have some trouble sometimes, but it's especially bad when it's things that you just like consistently failing to practice what you preach. I think that's when it starts to kind of get to you a little bit. You're like, what the hell's going wrong? Like, why can't I get a hold of this? And that's a challenge. It's different for everybody. All walks of life, though. I think it everybody feels that to an extent. But I guess that's part of the human experience, though, But yeah, thank you again, Steven. Awesome dude. Generous man. Very kind. Really helps out me and the fam. And we appreciate it. Helps out the community. Good stuff, bro. Hanzo says, I just want to see you all win, as well as my nephews and nieces. You lot got this. Walk the walk and talk the talk. Yeah, dude, I know all about that. It's the hardest thing to get out of my own way. Hanzo, so there was a whole situation with that. Basically, now this is the new mic. I bought the same one. I bought a different one. I did have a members lounge up temporarily where I was messing with it, and I think it was defective. I don't know if it was defective. There was something very wrong with it. But I just decided, I think it would just be better for me to just buy, another version of the one that I've been using, because the mic may have been a scam. I'm not sure. I returned it though, and I used the money to get another Yeti X because after that happened, I was going on YouTube and I was going to listen to sound comparisons because I wanted to know. I'm like, I truly wanted to know how is my sound quality. And I'm not kidding, man. Like, I'm not saying the quality that I have here is perfect. I'm not saying that. but I could not find a difference with the other microphone that I was thinking about, that I was trying to get. I couldn't spot it. And yeah, Mrs. MBG needed some forearm crutches as well. So me, repurchasing the same mic saved me a little bit of money, and I could use that money for the forearm crutches. So you guys can, rest easy that the donations that we got to go towards the mic, it definitely went towards shit that was needed. For real. So thank you guys. Cause actually that came out of nowhere. And, that was kind of lucky actually that it's like, okay, well, turns out I don't need all this money for this microphone now, but I'm sure glad we got it. Cause now I need it for something else that popped up. Fun fact, MBG threw a moldy TV out on the street once, and a fan from the channel picked it up as a souvenir. Gaming Survivor, how do you know about that? Are you that person? Are you that fan? Miguel, yeah, you did make that joke, and I don't know, man. It's one of those things where it's like you see everybody using it, and I'm like, well, there's got to be something to it. And it's not that it's just, I don't know. It's one of these things where it's like, just because that's what everybody uses doesn't mean there aren't other options that are just as good and pretty much the same. And, yeah, because I don't know. I was like really sitting there listening to my audio quality, comparing it to all these other ones. And I'm like, I think it's fine. Like I don't see any fault in it. So I was like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And in this case, if it broke and you just want to replace it with the same thing that was working this whole time, that's fine too, right? But yeah. Petrov says in real life matters much more. Okay. Reminder that Nintendo Switch 2 first-party games are on the card. No more misinformation. Yeah, so I do need to correct that. When it comes to Nintendo's first-party games for Switch 2, they are like on the card. And Gaming Gaming Survivor's like, I don't give a shit, bro. No way. Gaming Survivor. It's true though. They are on the card for the first party titles. It seems that the issue lies with third party publishers, and I do think Nintendo has made it difficult for them to get their entire games on the card, but it's not as clear cut, I guess. Oh god. I did it again. I got to see if I can get a new one of these. A different one. Cuz boss is his fur and his hair gets stuck in it, and I inhale it accidentally sometimes. This cat, man, it just tortures me. See, Mrs. MBG's engaged in the chat. Yeah. So Mrs. MBG, I played for the intro of my stream. I played your favorite song by Soundgarden, 4th of July. All right, let's see where we are here. You guys hear about this Battlefield report? Battlefield 6 development is facing problems with hitting internal milestones and budgets. EA's leadership has reportedly set a target of 100 million players or more over a set period of time for the mainline Battlefield, the next mainline Battlefield. What the hell, man? Yeah, 100 million players. Are they out of their minds? It's I mean, I guess I was a little caught off guard by this report because I thought development of Battlefield 6 was going really well. I thought it was going just fine. But apparently that's not the case, at least for the single player. Oh yeah, they're going to have a battle royale mode. From what I understand, EA is like basically tasking the developers of Battlefield, like, you're now going to actually compete with Call of Duty. Like that's what needs to happen. And I don't know, man. I know that there was always kind of this notion of Battlefield being a competitor to Call of Duty, but I just don't know that that's feasible at this point in time. I think that Battlefield is I think it's hit too many roadblocks. I think that I think there was a time where Battlefield could have rose up to actually be a genuine, viable competitor to Call of Duty, but I think that time has come and gone. And for as good as Battlefield 6 is looking to be and shaping up in terms of the multiplayer, I don't think that's feasible at this point in time. I mean, maybe in the long run, if they really build off of successful momentum, they can build it up. But yeah, man, I feel like they kind of dropped the ball, during the Battlefield 3 and 4 time frame. I think that was the time. That was the time, man. That was the time to do it. And Steven Leon, a $200 super chat. Holy shit, bro. That means he just dropped $300 in total in super chats. No way. Steven. God damn, man. This man he says with a $200 super chat, for the fam. Family is gaming. Sometimes I have too much heart. We're all family. Damn. I sound like Turtle from Fast and Furious. Wife will kill me for this, but I have to. Yeah, I care too much. I would not be me if I did not. Family. There it is. That's what we need.
Thank you, Steven.
There we go. Bro, hold on. We got to make... I know. No, I know what I'm going to give him. Okay. Steven, that's how you express how much heart you have, man. With a gopher scream. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. This is the one. I think this one will work. Hold on. Let me see. All right. I don't know what the hell that was. That was not what I thought it was. Does anybody know what that was? Because that's not what I typed in. Okay, I was just trying to find Dom saying, oh, wait, hold on. Here we go.
I don't have friends. I got family.
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 Family?
Family. Family.
Your family.
There's all kinds of family, Brian.
Disrespecting my whole family.
Now
There we go. That's Steven Leon, bro. Family. Hanzo, take care, man. Yeah, Steven, in all seriousness, thank you so much, man. That's incredibly kind of you, bro. It means a lot. It does. I mean, you dropped $100 super chat, and I was like, That's huge, bro. And then you're like, actually, we're going to make it 300. So definitely helps the family out, the community. We are family. Hellbound's family. Hanzo's family. Petrov's family. Gaming Survivor, I guess your family. Tarnished, your family. We're all family, bro. It's 4th of July. I don't know what's happening. This is the stream. This is it. This is where I need to go. This is what I need to listen to calm down. This might, dude. This is it. This is it. It sounded suggestive. Hold on. Let me see. Again. Guys, I know we saw this before, but this might be the greatest YouTube video to, like, I mean, I know it's not up on screen, but yeah. There you go. There's all your sound bites, Steven. That's what a $300 super chat gets you. Eric says, I'm okay with this. Bro straight up says he's okay with it. You weren't paying attention. The sound surprised me. What the F? JF, you're not on the wrong stream. You're right where you need to be, man. If I could just get this Waluigi ASMR and he could just say, family. Man, I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. We've reached that point, guys. Let's see. Well, I didn't get a chance to ask you guys, but what are you guys doing for 4th of July? Anybody doing anything interesting? Any plans? I see somebody's playing. I found this picture. Somebody's playing Death Stranding 2 on a PS5 hooked up to a Sony CRTV. That's cool. Legend has it that the Nintendo lawyers got that guy. Yeah, that's Waluigi. Michael, you're working. JF working. Then playing PS5. Isley says playing DS2. You drove from Vegas to Arizona today? Nice, bro. Hellbound says nothing. We don't have the 4th of July. Well, I guess at least, you know, you're kind of celebrating it, I guess, if you're hanging out here. I live in America, so by extension, going with your wife to watch chainsaw carving. Now that's unique. Definitely not expecting that. How does that work? Like, That's so. I don't even know what I'm trying to imagine. Like, is it just like a viewing or something? Like, everybody gets around and gathers around and watches like really talented people just like carve shit with a chainsaw. Like that, because that's what I'm imagining in my head. I didn't even know that was a thing. Playing Night Rain. It's crazy. That sounds crazy. Yeah, I genuinely didn't even know that was a thing. You have your Switch 2 hooked up to a CRTV to play Super Metroid sometimes? Nice. Roadkill's working in the hot ass sun. Well, stay cool. As cool as you can. Protect your skin, you know. I got sunburnt the other week. And it always sucks. You have no plans. You're Swedish. Mr. B says we'll be playing Death Stranding 2. I've never seen the redneck chainsaw races. No. It's like ice sculpting with a chainsaw. That's really interesting though. Hold on, I gotta look this up now. Chainsaw carvings. Oh, holy shit. Wow. Yeah, that's an art. I have to admit, like, some of the images I'm seeing, like eagles, and that's kind of wild. It pretty much is that. Yeah, it's pretty much like ice sculptures, but wood. I don't think I've ever used a chainsaw, dude. I feel like I'm the kind of person, if I try to use a chainsaw, something bad's going to happen. I definitely ain't doing no carvings. Oh, thank you for that, Petrov. You're in Canada, so you're going to make some pancakes, put some Baileys in my coffee, read a bit of a book, and either get some groceries or be lazy and play the PS5. Sounds like a relaxing day, honestly. Sounds nice and chill. They climb trees super fast. They spin logs. Come on, brother. You've seen it. What? No, I never played Mad Max on the PS4. Excuse me. I never played Mad Max. I heard it was pretty good, though. I heard it was actually like kind of underrated. If I'm not mistaken, that came out around the same time as the Phantom Pain, right? You've never used a chainsaw, aren't you a man? And have done. Don't I have a yard? I mean, honestly, like, I probably should use a chainsaw. Like, I do have a yard. I've done yard work, but I've never thought about using a chainsaw. I do have these medium-sized trees. They're like small to medium-sized trees that are growing behind my garage. That I think, they would need, if not a chainsaw, just like one of those like hand saws that you can use to go back and forth or something. But it would need to be cut down in that way. But I don't trust myself, you know? Like, I could see myself being like, all right, I think I can do this, and then I do it, and then it falls right on my garage and destroys it. I mean, I've watched like all these fail videos of situations like that, and I'm like, that's me. There's just some people where it's like, you should do this. And then there are other people where it's like, you probably shouldn't. For your own benefit. For your own good. But, I don't know. You're a city boy only when you moved to, was that Washington State by the mountains? That's when you use the chainsaw. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't have a ton of experience with like power tools, come to think of it. Which is interesting because like my dad was really skilled with that stuff, but I guess it just didn't really I don't know. It's just one of those things that didn't really pass down to me. I don't know. I've never tried though, so it's like I don't know if I would be skilled or not. I mean, I won't lie. I've seen my father get very injured. I've seen my father-in-law also get very injured, and anybody else I've seen working in with either outdoor stuff or carpentry. It's like, man, it seems like the risk of injury, like if you're doing it consistently, you're going to get injured at some point. Just crazy. Yeah, I think my father-in-law almost freaking took his thumb off or something. I think this was like relatively recently with the buzz saw, and I'm like, God damn, that makes me nervous because like that's somebody who knows what they're doing, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna take my whole freaking hand off. Some of those guys look like they're trying a lollipop chainsaw move, but unintentionally. Have I liberated the garage from the rats yet? Not yet. No. Dude, I'm going to have to, though. And they're not rats. They're mice. They seem nice. They seem like just a little family of mice. Family. They don't look like they're doing anything bad, but God, man. I don't know when it's going to happen, but at some point I'm going to start putting the work in. It's you know what it is? I'm the type of person, and I don't know if you guys are like this too, where like, I always imagine myself, I'm going to chip away at it, Like, it's a project, but I'm just going to do little by little, and over time, it'll all come together. I'm not like that. It's one of those things where, like, I'll tell myself that once I start 12 hours later. It's like, now I got to get it done. Now this is my whole day. This is everything now. And I'm, like, obsessed with finishing what I started. And sometimes that's not the best way to go about it, because it's like when you're talking about major projects and doing a lot of shit, it's like, dude, come on. Pace yourself. Slow and steady wins the race. See, Roadkill, when you put it like that, that makes me want to be like, nah, I'm good. We'll get AI thumbs. Yeah. Tarnish is like, you're just like me. Bro's just like me. Being slow and steady is not the American way. Chris, you're saying people are silly to think the PS5 won't be supported for years. I'm telling you, Chris, when we talk about the PS6, I think Sony's going to just make it crystal clear to everybody that if you're not ready to move over, that's okay. We want you to, but if you want to stay on PS5, that's still a major priority for us too. I think they're not going to shy away from that. And, it'll be interesting to see what it does for their sales. Mice are cute, but they're destructive. I've dealt with them. Well, JF, what do you mean? What do you mean destructive? What were they destroying? What are they doing? They seem so harmless. Is there something I should be aware of? Should I be worried about these mice in my garage? Am I going to have to bring Boss out there? Get some Tom and Jerry shit going on? PS4s are still alive and well. Oh, hold on. My YouTube studio just crashed again. PS4 is still alive and well. PS5s are going to run until they break. Oh, yeah, true, Michael. The access controller. With FSR4, there would be no need for years. That's interesting to think, man. Like, yeah, if it's true that the update we're getting for the Pro next year is basically going to be FSR4 on PS5 Pro, yeah, I mean, that's going to keep it relevant for a long time, dude. They eat cable and all stuff. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know that I have anything in my garage that I would be too worried. I mean, I guess there are wires that they could chew through. How do they not get electrocuted, though? Like, wouldn't that kill them? What's up with mice, bro? I don't think there's anything out there. that I would be too worried about. My garage is a disaster area, dude. I'm gonna have to my garage and the side of it and the back of it. So like the right side and the back. I mean, it looks like The Last of Us post-apocalypse out there, man. Don't make me do stuff. I don't want to do stuff, man. They'll chew through everything, bring other bugs, rodents. They'll ruin your house with mouse piss and shit. My God. Yeah, I guess when you put it that way, it's like, yeah, kill that mouse. Kill that mouse. That's crazy. Rats are worse. Man. You know what was weird? What was weird to me when I went out in the garage and I saw, I mean, there's always like spiders out there and shit. That's to be expected. But when I looked in the back of the garage, like I could see it. I could just see this mouse just like chilling there. But I like looked next to it and I guess it had like a baby mouse. I'm like, so like, I legit have a family of mice, like procreating and everything in my garage. You know, now I'm starting to get nervous. You guys are making me nervous. Now I'm starting to think they're going to make their way to my house and start wreaking havoc. No, there's no way. That's the one thing. I have 3 cats. There's no chance. If there were mice in here, they would absolutely destroy them. What about, I mean, cats hunt rats too, right? They'll destroy a rat. The rats in your garage have baby mamas and shit. Yeah, like I'm just like, just stay where you are. Don't bother. Don't leave this vicinity. I don't really care what you do back here, all right? Just leave me alone. That's what I was thinking. Rats can be huge, man. They'd be like this big. Your cats are house cats. They lost their killer instinct. I'm not so sure, dude. I'm not so sure because like Luna is a barn cat, or like her father at the very least was a barn cat. So I don't know. I noticed like she definitely has an intense killer instinct, way more than Boss and Leia. Where like, dude, if there's a fly in this house, it's over. I'm actually like quite surprised. Like she's extremely skilled. She will fucking take that fly down. Meanwhile, this whole time, Boss and Leia they look at it like they look at it and they're like, oh, that's cool. Maybe I'll try to get it. But then they're like, you know what though? Never mind. I'm gonna go sleep. But with Luna, she's kind of crazy. Cats won't always go after rats. Rats will attack cats and even people. That sounds so disturbing. Like, imagine being attacked by a rat. What the dude? Fucking kick that rat, bro. I'll roundhouse that rat. I'll axe kick that rat. Kick that shit across the room. Go splat against the wall. Oh my God. You know what? No rodents. I don't want to deal with it. But what I was going to say about the cats losing their killer instinct, I mean, Boss and Leia are totally domesticated, but the rats are clipping me on Twitter. But dude, like they still freak out when they see birds and stuff outside. I mean, they like sometimes if I have the window open, I have to close it because Boss is acting like he's gonna burst through the screen. I'm like, I don't know, man. I think he still got it. When I get like the shoestring, you know, he goes berserk on it, like it's a snake or something. When I use the laser pointer, Leia goes berserk, like she's gonna murder that laser dot. And I don't know, like like about a week and a half ago, there was this big ass bug in the kitchen. I guess it came in from outside, and it was a pretty size. It was like this big. I mean, it freaked me out. I'm like, what the fuck is that? but I literally try to bring my cats into the kitchen. I'm like, hunt it. And my cats get all scared. They're like, what are you doing, man? Why are you bringing me to the kitchen? Like, they think I'm trying to do something to them. Like, I'm just hunt it. Like, isn't that what you guys want to do? Look at it. It's moving on the floor. Don't you want to chase it? And they all just freak out on me, acting like I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'll have to take care of it. Price I pay for being the alpha, I guess, in this household. I'm just kidding. We all know my son's the alpha. Well, this is basically like a members lounge at this point. We got Stuart Little. Stuart Little and the fam in the garage, bro. Oh my God. Well, we're approaching the 3.5 hour mark. What else do you guys? All right, we could keep this going. We could keep this going for like another 10 minutes. Oh no, I started at 12:30, so we're approaching the 3 hour mark. Back to the topics. Well, I'll leave it up to you guys. We'll chat for another 10 minutes. Yeah, I do apologize. This stream today was a little bit. We'll just file today's stream under, just a kind of holiday bonus stream. I was gonna come in and have. I should have known. I woke up and I was just not in the right state of mind, and I should have known that it was not going to be a coherent stream today. And we have Delwyn Jones coming in, bro. Delwyn with another super chat. Thank you, Delwyn. He says next gen in the next 3 years for PlayStation. It'll give enough time for Mark Cerny to make the PS6 very powerful. So therefore, 2028 is when the new gen PS begins, not 2027. I don't see PlayStation 6 in 2027. The chip will be ready, but Sony won't release it in 2027. I got to say, what's really interesting about this, Delwyn, is I was just talking about how I think Sony clearly pays attention to a degree, like, of what people are saying and trying to get a feel for what people want or what they expect, what fans want, what fans expect. Obviously, they're going to make business decisions that they see fit. But it's interesting to think that maybe they are kind of seeing right now that a lot of people don't feel like they want the PlayStation 6 so soon. That, maybe the more popular opinion, and I'm not saying that this will change Sony's plans, but maybe the more popular opinion is they're like, let's try to hold off by another year or two. And you're saying it's going to be 2028. I mean, 2028 would be perfect, in my opinion. I could even see if they really wanted to push it 2029, but 2028 seems like the perfect time because at that point, you're talking about 4 solid years of the base PS5, 4 solid years of the PS5 Pro, and by that point, it would be 8 solid years, which is nearly a decade of the base PS5, and PS5 being the priority. 2028, PS6 launch November 2028. And you could also make the argument that maybe the longer they wait, the better the chance is, because you're saying the chip will be done in 2027, but they're not going to release it until 2028. Maybe things can change, economically speaking, to make it so that if they wait till 2028, they could sell the PS6 at a more affordable price point. It wouldn't hurt their, bottom line as much. I don't know. There's many different factors. What I can say is that right now, Delwyn, I think what you're saying, that's the opinion that I see from a lot of people, that they want the soonest, they want it to be 2028. I do see people saying they would want 29, 2030. The problem is that PlayStation always needs to fix the design 2 years in advance for fabrication. By launch, it's already underpowered again. It's an unsolvable issue. Yeah, that's true. I guess it'll come down to potential unique features, right? Mark Cerny and Sony always seem kind of, they always seem to kind of want to prioritize trying to have some unique feature or some kind of unique features that they can, that I guess you could say are not just about the raw power or the the specs of it, but it's like here's something that only this console can do, or something that's going to make it a bit unique and stand out. I do think that that's something Sony still wants to do with the PlayStation 6. To what extent, it's tough to say. I mean, how far could they really take that? Saying, Olitron, you're saying you think the PlayStation community is coping hard and it's pretty sad. Marathon was the first game as a service game going to Xbox. Sony confirmed all games as a service games being multi-platform. Sony told us. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier. We had a year and a half to be prepared for the fact that all games as a service were going to pop up on Xbox, just like Marathon. Well, what's funny? What's funny, man? I remember, I did mention this yesterday, but it's hard not to think about just because of the whole Helldivers situation. I remember when we were talking about Sony's live service push in 2021 and 2022, and on one of my streams, I had this whole discussion, and I remember saying, like, I think this is going to be unpopular, like a very unpopular opinion with a lot of PlayStation fans, but I do believe that Sony should put their live service games, not one of them, all of them, including at the time, like The Last of Us multiplayer, they should put all of their live service games on Xbox and PC. And I said that like years ago. And I think at the time, believe it or not, quite a few people in my chat were like, yeah, makes sense. They're live service. I do understand why people, here's the one thing I want to say that I didn't get to touch on earlier. And that is that some people are asking the question, like, why would Sony do something like this knowing it's going to help Xbox when Xbox is basically on the ropes? In terms of, like, when we say on the ropes, we're not talking about the brand dying, right? We're not talking about that. We're talking about the fact that they are in the console space. It's like they're on their way out, seemingly like they're very close to being on their way out. Why would Sony, why would they do this now? It's a good question. Maybe it just goes to show Sony really doesn't care. They're like, whatever, Microsoft, do what you want. We'll do what we want. I don't know. Raven X0 with a $5 chat. Thank you so much, buddy. You're saying if and when there's no longer exclusives at all, PlayStation will still be my home premium console and I'll get a strong PC. Simple. Yeah. I mean, I know that's a conversation that people are having right now. Exclusives. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I have not cared about exclusivity. I have, and I still do to an extent, but it's just that when your hand is kind of forced, or not your hand forced, but when you have no choice, like, it's like if Sony says tomorrow, guys, we're done. We're packing it up. No more exclusives. Every game is going to go everywhere now. I would still be extremely excited for Ghost of Yotei. It would still be one of my most anticipated games by a mile. Like, I'm still going to buy it specifically for my PS5 Pro. I'm not saying that Sony should do that. I'm just saying that, Raven, I think you're kind of highlighting the extreme example, not the example, but there are people right now where they're taking that extreme approach, right? Of like, well, I guess all of Sony's games are going to Xbox, just like Xbox games going to PlayStation. And I'm like, well, I just look, man, I'm not here to say that that's not going to happen, because I don't want to predict. I can't predict Sony anymore. But I'm just saying, like, dude, do we really think that's going to happen? Like, if we're being, like, totally honest, I mean, like, if we're being completely honest with ourselves, do we really think, well, you know what? What does it even matter? This conversation, see, I just burst the bubble in my own thought, because it's like, what does it even matter if the next Xbox is going to be a PC? What does it even matter, dude? You know, like in Sony's eyes, it's just gonna be that's PC at this point, you know? And New Soul 9, bro. Bro, New Soul, you already dropped like $120 earlier, and you're coming in with another $100 donation, man. And you're saying, here's $100, MBG. Hope the best for your family and wife. Thank you so much. You guys are too kind, man. Seriously, thank you so much. Was not expecting that from you or Stephen Leon today. There's, big donations. It really does help. It does. And, the kind words, just the fact that, I mean, you're here for me and the family, man. Means a lot. I mean, what more is there to say, New Soul? So thank you so much for that. I got to give you this is for you and Stephen Leon today.
Holy shit.
That's crazy work, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. even Hey Tarnish is like, even though I'm ambivalent about you, that's huge kindness, and I respect you for it. Love to see it, man. See, that's why I like some of you guys here. I say some of you guys only because sometimes we get the occasional troll, but I really do like the members of our community, man. We got some really good people, some really nice people, and I know that we're all passionate about gaming and the gaming industry, but I've been streaming long enough and chatting with some of you guys long enough to know that it's, it does go beyond that to a degree. We got some really, really solid, we just got a really solid group of people here, I think. And I gotta do a better job to keep that in mind when we're, when I'm getting all wrapped up in the negativity and shit. It's like Delwyn always comes in with the hype, bro. Delwyn's like, let me tell you about that PlayStation, bro. But once again, New Soul, I'll give you a go for Scream. That's me. That's me on Twitter these days, by the way. Microsoft proved day and date, wasn't profitable because you need games people want to buy in the first place. When I wake up, I say, how can I be more like New Soul 9? Damn. I mean, that's... Yeah, look, man, I'm gonna have to just... All I can do is deal in facts anymore, man. Truthfully, when it comes to the conversation about Sony's first party and exclusivity, Sony's not Nintendo. I can't look at Sony and say guaranteed they're going to have true exclusives. I don't feel like I can say that. All I feel like I really can say is just, hey man, look, Sony told us. They said when it comes to live service multiplayer, they're going to be multi-platform. Now we know that does include Xbox, so we can confirm that. When they say multi-platform, they mean all platforms. Any platform. Like, don't be surprised if at some point they try to get like a mobile Helldivers or something, dude. I'm ready for that at this point. Or a Switch 2 version. I could absolutely see it. That they said when it comes to live service, multi-platform. When it comes to our tentpole single player, we're going to be very strategic and very thoughtful and careful about what we choose to do with those. And I think that's just Sony's way of saying, like, if we think we can use this game to sell consoles and bring people in, we'll do that. And if that game cannot do that or will no longer do that after a year, after 2 years, after 3 or 4 years, then we'll start trying to put it in other places to make more money. I think that's just simply where Sony lies, man. I want to ask you guys this question, and because I'm actually, and maybe we could have a deeper discussion on this at another time, like on Sunday or something. But do you think Sony would consider being like, we should bring Spider-Man 2018? We should port that to Xbox. Do you think they would consider that? Do you think that's something they would do? Steven, you're saying, don't change yourself, bro. Do you? The hell with the naysayers. If people don't like it, they can kick rocks. That's it. That's it right there. Kick rocks, bro. You think that's where the red line is? Sony, do you think Sony's they drew the red line with single player games? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I saw that too, Gaming Survivor. That I was actually laughing at myself. I'm like, damn. I was like, damn, that's what I sounded like. I had no idea. Well, I mean, when it comes to the idea of Sony considering porting some of their older single player games to Xbox, I don't know that there's much to be gained there, man. Let me ask you this question. Because this is an angle that I don't think I've heard anybody take, and it's one I just thought of. I'm trying to think from the perspective of a very strategic Sony that's in the process of, getting ready for the PlayStation 6, preparing for next gen in the coming years. One of the things that Sony stated previously that they actually have, it wasn't a lie, they actually seemingly were telling the truth, is they said, what we're trying to do is we want to bring a game like Horizon Zero Dawn over to PC, so that way some PC players that get a taste of that are potentially enticed to consider maybe buying a PlayStation to get Forbidden West when it comes out, or Ghost of Tsushima in preparation for Ghost of Yote, stuff like that, right? And that seems to have been completely true, where it's like they still, and I'm not saying they never will, but they still haven't went day and date with their single player games. And I'm only saying this because people were telling me back in 2021, 2022, even 2023, they were saying Sony is going to go day and date. Don't believe what they're saying about this whole, we're just trying to bring people over, or giving them a taste. Don't believe that, because that's not going to hold true. Here we are 6 years later, and it's like, well, that's a long time, and they still haven't done what you said they were going to do. And I almost just wonder, is there any possibility that Sony realizes that Microsoft is, for all intents and purposes, and this is just how I want to word it, basically leaving the traditional console industry, where yes, they're going to offer an Xbox device that will be a hybrid, but generally speaking, it's like they're done doing things the traditional way, and they are like, it is Microsoft's true exit of, we are not competing with you, PlayStation, and we are not competing with Nintendo. We're just doing our own thing here with our own hybrid PC devices. What are the chances that Sony views that as an opportunity to potentially capitalize in, like, what if we do try to give Xbox players a little something, and then maybe as they engage with Helldivers 2, I may be overthinking it here, I probably am, but if they engage with Helldivers 2, when the day comes where they're gonna, the Xbox Series X and Series S, they're kind of, Microsoft's going to be winding that down in favor of this new hybrid. And I guess I'm just trying to ask the question, like, I'm not wording this correctly. Is Sony going to try to convince a portion of the 20 to 30 million Xbox players that are still there that when the next gen Xbox is revealed and it's like a PC hybrid, we're going to be showing games, I don't know, like we're going to be showing Helldivers 3 or some shit. And it's like, now, I don't know. I think what I'm trying to say is falling apart. I'm just asking if basically what we're going to see is Sony treating the remaining Xbox player base the same way that they treated the PC player base, which is we're going to give you some stuff in the hopes that as we move forward into the PlayStation 6 with, let's face it, like announcements like Spider-Man 3, Horizon 3, maybe Helldivers. I don't know if Helldivers 3 will happen, but, future live service games, which will, they already said they'll be multi-plat, but just as a way to kind of like maybe come to PlayStation. I don't know. I don't know what the strategy is here, other than Sony did say their live service games are going multi-plat. I'm just trying to really but think about the strategy behind if they were. Because listen, guys, let's just face it. I don't think anybody expected Sony to just casually announce Helldivers going to Xbox. And that's what, Nick, that's one of the biggest things that people have said is it's a waste of effort. It's a waste of time. People are still saying that right now. Maybe it will be, maybe it won't be. I just wonder, is there a viable strategy? Think about this. Is there a viable strategy in the year 2026, June 2026, about a year from now, Sony comes out and they say, we're announcing Spider-Man 2018, Spider-Man Miles Morales, and Spider-Man 2 are all going to be releasing on the Xbox Series X and S. And then 6 months later, Spider-Man 3 is announced. And Spider-Man 3 is announced as a PlayStation 6 and PlayStation 5 game. No Xbox, no PC. Spider-Man 6 is going to be Spider-Man 3 is going to be a launch PS6 title. I mean, is there a viable strategy in, hey, Xbox player who bought Spider-Man 2018, Spider-Man Miles Morales, and Spider-Man 2, we just announced Spider-Man 3. It's going to be a next-gen launch title. It'll be on PS5. It'll be on PS6. What do you think about maybe coming over here for that? I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, maybe that could work. Like maybe that could be an actual tactic, but I don't know that the negative PR would be enough to justify that. Because think of it like this, right? Think of it like this. If Sony were to announce Spider-Man, like the 3 Spider-Man games, if they were to say, we're announcing, like next year, we're bringing them to Xbox consoles. From that moment forward, everybody, literally, even I'll be saying it probably, everybody's going to say, well, there you go. Expect Spider-Man 3 on the next Xbox console. And then Sony comes out and it's not announced for the next Xbox console. Like, wouldn't that be kind of making a statement? I don't know. It would create a weird situation. We see that situation right now with PC players where and then like years later, then Spider-Man 3 goes, but I don't know. The thing is, you think about the next Xbox and it's like Spider-Man 3, whenever that comes out, will eventually go to PC. And when it eventually goes to PC, it'll be on Steam. The next Xbox will have Steam, so they will be able to access it that way. I don't know. I'm just trying to understand, because I'm seeing so many people talk about how exclusivity is done, exclusivity is dying, exclusivity is going away, and what we see with Helldivers 2 being announced for Xbox is sheer proof of that even Sony's doing this now. But I'm just like, I don't. I think what I said is more accurate, man. I do. Like, I think the most accurate way to describe it is exclusivity is transforming, where it's now being it's now, there are no hard lines anymore. It's just, we're going to use it, and we're going to use it for as long as we can. We're going to leverage exclusivity for as long as we can until it doesn't make sense to do so anymore. And then when that happens, we'll start doing different things with it. You get what I'm saying? Like, I just, to me, that's different than what Microsoft is doing, because Microsoft seems to be trying to communicate the message that we're just not doing exclusivity. We're not interested in that anymore. That doesn't make any sense for us anymore. And I feel like that's not fully applicable to Sony. We're like seeing Helldivers 2 announced for Xbox. I don't know that means the next God of War is going to be announced for Xbox. I'm pretty sure that Sony's going to look at the next God of War as that's going to sell a shit ton of consoles. And we need it to sell a shit ton of consoles. And I think when they look at the Horizon multiplayer game that's in development, I don't think they look at that as that's going to sell a shit ton of consoles. I think they look at that as, we need this to get millions of players so that they can engage with the storefront and the microtransactions. I don't know. I know that I keep saying that, like, I don't know what Sony's going to do. I'm not trying to make any proclamations, or, I'm not trying to say that I know what's going to happen, because by this point in time, I've seen Sony make so many surprising decisions that I wouldn't have expected, that I just don't feel confident in doing that. But I just can't help but acknowledge that, like, dude, if you told me that the next God of War is going to release day one on PC and day one on Xbox, the first thought that's going to go through my mind is, well, whatever console it releases for whatever PlayStation console it releases on, Sony just lost potentially millions of console sales, possibly millions. And I just have to ask myself, like, would Sony be okay with that? Given what we know about Sony right now, where they are in the gaming industry, would they actually be okay with saying, we're fine with that? Like Microsoft. I don't think so, dude. I really don't think so. I think Sony, I don't know. Who knows, though? Like, Sony might be on the verge of getting ready to announce a price increase for the consoles, because they did warn us a couple months ago that if the tariff situation isn't resolved, they're going to have no choice but to increase the price. Maybe in Sony's eyes, they're just like, well, once we raise the price of the PlayStation consoles, we're probably going to start selling less. And when that happens, we're going to have to find a way to offset that. Maybe this is their solution. I don't know. I'm just considering all different possibilities. These are uncertain times, but there's one thing I am certain of. I think this is the most important thing to say. No matter what, happens in terms of exclusivity and what games go where, whatever, I still have the utmost confidence in Sony, dude. I do. And, I'm sitting here, I'm playing Death Stranding 2. I'm looking forward to the Ghost of Yotei State of Play. I can't wait to see Wolverine. I cannot wait to see Saros. Can't wait to see Intergalactic. I can't wait to see what other first-party titles they have in development that have yet to be revealed. I'm hoping they do a good job with the upcoming live service games. But generally speaking, man, Sony's done everything that I would have hoped to see them do. I know that there's a lot of people who want them to do more, and they want more single-player games, and they feel like Sony's output isn't good enough. I get that. I'm sure it'll improve over time, but as long as they just keep doing that, man, and as long as the console's healthy, I think I can honestly say, like, I'll be happy with that, man. You know? Because I think here's one other thing I want to mention. Other thing I want to mention. Somebody said to me, well, you know, if Sony put Helldivers 2 on Xbox and that's a sign that like they're going to start putting more games on Xbox, what's the point of owning a PlayStation? What's the point of buying and owning a PlayStation? You know, my honest to God response to that is that's not my problem. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not Sony, dude. Like, their business is not literally my business. I am invested in the PlayStation, and I absolutely don't want to see it take a nosedive. But that's Sony's problem, dude. Like, they're the ones making billions of dollars off of the PlayStation 5, not me. You know, but MBG, they argue it from a console war perspective. And that's the thing, man, is like, at the end of the day, the console war perspective doesn't matter in terms of business, you know? Like, I'm not saying you can't have that opinion or have that perspective, but it's just like, if Sony wants to take risks that could potentially hurt their console sales, that's their problem, dude. I just hope that they are smart enough to know that if you make a decision or you make a move that hurts your console sales, like demonstrably, to undo that decision and walk it back. Because here's what I think people continue to forget about. They continue to forget about this and they continue to overlook it. The PlayStation console is the conduit to all of their money made. It is the catalyst. It is, without the PlayStation console, the PlayStation brand would be, I don't say broke, but nowhere near the market leader. I think people tend to overlook that this is the single greatest difference between PlayStation and Microsoft's Xbox, is that Microsoft's Xbox has never gotten them to greater heights. It's only been a money sink. And they've invested in that to try to get it to greater heights, and it never happened. The opposite happened for Sony. Sony's only been on an upward trajectory since the PS1. They had a dip there for a little bit with the PS3. Outside of that, they've only been on the up. And I think that people, they completely overlook, like, don't you understand that the console is responsible for that? Like, the games, absolutely. The games, the ecosystem and the building that up and fleshing it out, of course. But it all comes back down to that console. That console is Sony's bread and butter, dude. And I understand that there are going to be people that get really annoyed at Sony being like, why would you even risk this knowing that? And I think that just comes down to, well, the console has been Sony's bread and butter. But what does Sony do if that takes a hit? In other words, what I'm trying to say is, what if Sony experiences a major drop in the success of their console and it has nothing to do with anything they did? None of their decisions. It just happens. Like, overnight, next generation, we find out that there's way less demand for the PS6 than there was the PS5 and PS4. And even the PS2 and 1. There's just way less demand. It's like, well, Sony, what did you do wrong? Why aren't people excited? We got the games. We have a launch lineup. We have competent, powerful hardware. What if it's just too expensive? It's too expensive. People are totally comfortable on the PS5. People don't want to move. When you think about it from that perspective, you kind of realize that it's not that the console can't still be the bread and butter for Sony, but you do realize that, man, they might have to start figuring out how they're going to mitigate those losses. Because the line on the chart is going to stagnate. The line on the chart is either going to plateau or start to dip. And when that happens, shareholders are going to get spooked, shareholders are going to leave, and Sony's value as a company is going to go down. So Totoki and Holster only looking 1 year ahead, not 5 or 10, in my opinion. I feel as though it's the opposite, truthfully. I say this only because I feel like Herman Holston, Hiroki Totoki, and Hideaki Nishino, I think they have the base understanding, and I think that this is true, that like if you want to fulfill your ambition, and let's be honest, let's ask ourselves, what is Sony's ambition? And Sony's ambition is to be number one, just like Microsoft, just like Nintendo. Sony's ambition is to be at the top of the hill and stay there in the gaming industry. I think they all have an I don't know why I'm belching like that. They all have an understanding that the only way you will be able to do that going forward in the next 5 to 10 years is through live service. And Sony didn't decide that. Sony decided on their ambition and what they want to achieve, but Sony didn't necessarily get to decide what needs to be done to get there. They're just deciding that they're okay with that. And I think that they understand that in the next 5 to 10 years, and I say this as somebody who loves console, I'm just being as realistic as I can about it. If we're talking like 10 years from now, we're talking 2035, dude. The conversation we could be having at that point about console is it's looking grim. You know, like that the PS6 did not sell nearly as well. You know, the PS5 is like the last console that Sony really found major success with. The next Xbox is just a PC and it hardly sold at all. And the Switch 2 is just still doing its own thing. You know, if that's what it looks like 10 years from now, Sony will absolutely need those live service games to make up for those losses. And that is, I think at the end of the day, that is what this boils down to. Is I think it's very telling that Sony had a cataclysmic event occur with Concord that absolutely damaged their reputation and will not be forgotten about anytime soon. And yet they still come out and say, we messed up, but we're still we're pushing ahead. And I understand that people are going to look at that and be like, that's stupid. That's a dumb decision. You know, you need to get away from this live service thing. It's like, guys, listen, what you're ultimately asking Sony is that ambition that you have to be the best, to be at the top of the hill, to be number one, let it go. It's okay to be second, third, or fourth, or fifth. As long as you continue to do what you've done and maintain that, it's fine if you drop down. That's not how Sony sees it. That's not how the board of Sony sees it. That's not how Hiroki Totoki sees it. That's not how the investors see it. The investors see it as 10 years from now, Sony, you better still be number one. And you better be worth double what you're worth now. That's how they see it. And if you're Sony in that position, you have to ask yourself, well, can we achieve that by doing things the way that we've always done them? I'll be honest with you. If I was in charge, like it's my ass on the line and my job, and it's like, you're steering the ship now, buddy. What do you want to do with the PlayStation 6? What's your strategy? I would not put all of my eggs in we're going to approach the PS6 the exact same way we approached the PS2, 3, and 4. I would not do that because, dude, I would be scared shitless. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. How much is the PS6 going to cost to bring the market? Is it or can we make it affordable for the average consumer? Can we make it, what about exclusivity? Is that viable anymore? How expensive are these games that we're making? Are we going to have to rely on cross-gen? How many PS5 players is it going to be like pulling teeth to try to get them to move over? I would be very nervous, dude. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it feels like something's a little bit different this time around. I'm not saying this is bad, for the. I'm not saying this means the PS6 will be bad or underwhelming or anything. I think Sony's going to give it their all. I just think that Sony is making the wise decision not to put all of their eggs in one basket. And I just think that some people in the PlayStation ecosystem don't really understand that that's all they're doing. That they are spreading the eggs out, so to speak. They're putting their eggs in different baskets in case what they're hoping works out doesn't work out. And that's something else that I really need people to understand. That there are some reactions I've seen from PlayStation fans where they're making it sound like Sony's sabotaging themselves. Like Sony almost wants to see the next gen fail, or like they're trying to set it up for failure. And it's like, I don't think you understand that Sony is hyper fixated on they want the PlayStation 6 generation to be just as good as the PS4 and 5. They want just as many players. They want just as many games. They want to sell just as many accessories. They want the whole thing. They want the whole thing, man. Because that is how Sony has grown generation in and generation out. But they understand that the industry as a whole has changed. You know, it would be disingenuous to say that the way the industry is now is the same it was in 2015. Just like it would be disingenuous to say that the way the industry was in 2015 is the same as it was in 2005. It's not the case, you know? It has changed. It's continuing to change. And in some areas, it's changing rapidly. And Sony needs to make sure that if there is a true moment of like, and the switch is flipped, and now the change is, the metamorphosis is complete, and the industry is it's almost unrecognizable from what it was even 8 years ago. Sony needs to make sure that they're not sitting there like, you know, being like, what the fuck happened? You know? And before you know it, you got all these other different companies now stomping Sony, because it's like, yeah, you're stuck in your old ways, dude. So you're going to be 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th. The most important thing to highlight with Nintendo is that they're breaking records with Switch 2 sales, and they're doing just fine, but they are not number one. In a business sense, they're not number one. And I respect the fact that Nintendo seems to be okay with that. I wish Sony would be more like that. But Nintendo is like 3rd in terms of, if we're talking just sheer revenue. You know? That's not me throwing any shade at Nintendo. Again, they are okay with that. They're not chasing Sony or Microsoft. But that's where it's like, do we honestly think that Sony is going to simply say, like, you know what? It's okay if we drop to the 2nd spot or even the 3rd. We're totally fine with that. I don't think they're going to do that, man. I don't see them doing it. So MVG, what Microsoft is doing with Xbox is true and reasonable. Well, given the level of failure that they've experienced, yes. And I know that sounds like I'm taking a swipe. I'm not. Like, in all seriousness, like, dude, they tried to salvage the Xbox One, and it capped at 50 million. And they went into the Xbox Series X and S thinking, this is it. We're correcting. We have a new gen, a new chance. We're correcting the mistakes we made. But somehow they didn't have a launch lineup. I don't know what the hell that was about, because they thought Halo was going to be ready and it wasn't. And they sold even less of the Series X and S. And on top of that, they had Game Pass erode their game sales for first and third party. Microsoft basically put themselves in a position where it's like, yeah, now what we're doing, we kind of have to do this. And if Sony back in 2022, when Jim Ryan was being pressured to put games day one on PlayStation Plus, if he caved in and said, we're going to do that to compete with Game Pass, Sony would be in the same position right now. They'd be like, holy shit, that was the biggest mistake we ever made. Now we can't sell games. And we need to sell games desperately. We desperately need to sell games because these games cost like hundreds of millions of dollars to make. So in the case of Microsoft, what they're doing actually, maybe not with the layoffs, certainly, and not the AI, but and the cancellations. I'm just saying, like, their overall strategy and their shift to being a publisher, it wasn't ever supposed to go that way, but they could not figure out how to make the closed console ecosystem work for them with the exclusives and the whole 9 yards. They couldn't figure it out. And too much time went by. It caught up with them. They tried different strategies. Those different strategies actually made it even more difficult. And this is the end result. And this is where, the most important thing that Sony still says, that I'm like, thank God they're still saying that. And I know it's like, don't trust any corporations, but it's like, I actually believe them when they say this, because it's tethered to large quantities of money and revenue and profit. They say, we understand that, like, the single player big tentpole games that our players have come to expect, those are always going to be a priority, and they are the kind of lifeblood. Like they're saying, like, we need them. And you're damn right you do. Because the moment you start letting that shit slip, I'll tell you what, you can see people right now making it seem like they're going to flush their PS5 down the toilet because Helldivers went to Xbox. That's nothing. That's nothing if Sony starts to come out and put out mediocre single player games consistently, or they just only they have a year or multiple years where they don't have any big tentpole games, single player games. They start to do that, then you're gonna actually see the hardcore start to, genuinely, like, leave in mass, because that's why they're here. So your perspective and all the rants you've done on Xbox for years were wrong. Not a trap question. Just want to make sure you explain yourself so people don't assume in bad faith. Well, I don't think it's that I was wrong. I actually think it's the opposite. I think I was right. I think the things that I warned about, to a degree, where I'm like, listen, Microsoft, if you don't start making games on the same level as Sony, I don't think things are going to work out. I don't see how you're going to be able to actually compete in any way, shape, or form with what Sony and Nintendo are doing if you don't up the quality of your games dramatically. And it just didn't happen. And, my expectation with that is not only are you going to struggle to sell more consoles now, but people are going to start leaving, because as you are struggling to make higher quality games, the other guys aren't. So there was that warning of, like, if you can't figure this out, man, your platform's going to erode slowly. And then they came out with Game Pass, and the thing that I warned about with Game Pass is, if this is not sustainable, then ultimately this is going to equate to Microsoft eroding their platform even quicker. It's a big risk. It's a big bet. It's one that, if it works, there is no erosion. We found a whole new path of success. If it doesn't work out, the erosion that has begun is going to be rapid and happen much quicker. And granted, we're talking on timetables of 5, 10, 15, 20 years. In this case, it took about 7 or so years with the Game Pass situation. And they didn't give up on Game Pass right away. They bought Activision Blizzard. They bought Bethesda. They said, if we feed these games into Game Pass, then it has to work. Then we're going to see that growth that we need for it to be sustainable and viable. The growth did not happen. It wasn't there. And the final warning is, well, if after all of this, all these, almost like what, $80 billion invested, foregoing game sales in the name of Game Pass, trying to be okay with lower failing console sales because it's like, well, Game Pass. What's the end result if all this doesn't work out from a monetary business bottom line point of view? And it's exactly what I said. I said Microsoft bought the safety net. The safety net is, we are a publisher. And we can easily be a publisher because look at who we bought. Look at what we own. And that's why you're seeing the cutting down now. That game, don't need it for Game Pass. That game, don't need it for Game Pass. That studio, don't need them. You're starting to see that because, yeah, they're gonna start honing in now on being a lean, mean, profitable publishing machine. And that is what Xbox will be in the next 10 years. I'm not confident that that's all Sony will be in the next 10 years. And the reason why I'm not confident in that is because one thing that Microsoft has made clear, and I want you to think about this is the important part. Microsoft has made it clear. We are okay sacrificing our own storefront and our own game sales. We're okay doing that. You know? And let me ask you, like, do you think Sony is okay doing that? Do you think Sony would even remotely risk that? I don't think so. I don't think so. The biggest reminder that I have to give people is, you know, with everything that Sony's done with putting games on Game Pass, now Helldivers on, sorry, not games on Game Pass, games on PC, putting Helldivers on Xbox, I think people fail to realize that Sony has only experienced growth with the PlayStation Store. They've only experienced growth and higher profitability. In other words, none of these moves that they made hurt them in the way that people thought they would. And it begs the question, well, if Microsoft made those same moves and those moves seemingly hurt them, what is the difference? Well, that's why I highlight Game Pass, because Game Pass is a major move that Sony did not copy. And I think that was the big one, man. Where it's like, I don't think offering your games day one in the Game Pass as a means to make up for the lack of quality, in the beginning anyway, I don't think that's going to change the course, man. Holst is incompetent, in my opinion. He wants to copy Xbox. Dude thought Concord was going to succeed. That part right there, that second part, that worries me about Herman Holst, dude. Yeah, that makes me very nervous about his understanding of games that are going to hit and games that are not. MBG, long term, there will be a cost. There may not be a backlog of Sony games if you can just play them later on PC. Well, I think something else that has to be understood is that Sony, just like Microsoft, can always change course if they feel they have to. So I'll put it to you this way. If Sony starts to see in the next 12 months that PS5 sales are like starting to dip like noticeably, and it's not because of a price increase, but it's just like less people are now buying consoles, like more than we expected, faster than we expected. They're going to look at the different things they're doing and question, is this why? Could this be why? Is it because we put Helldivers on Xbox? Is it because, we didn't release enough first party titles? They're gonna look at these things and try to deduce, like, why are our console sales dropping faster than we expected? Microsoft tried to do that. They tried to figure out why the fuck it was happening, and there, I think there was multiple reasons, but there's like multiple holes in the boat, and they couldn't plug them all up in time, and it's just the water took over, dude. In terms of the console, the idea that Sony's copying Xbox is stupid. Sony's not following the loser. Well, that's in response to somebody saying, yes, Sony following the last place company. Well, that's the thing, man. I don't know that Sony's following the last place company. I don't know. People want to see the announcement of Helldivers going to Xbox as this is the absolute irrefutable proof that Sony is doing. They are copying what Microsoft is doing. They're doing what Microsoft is doing. And I'm not so sure of that. Where it's like, are you sure you're not just confusing? Well, let me let me put it to you this way. Sony was afraid of Microsoft getting Call of Duty because they thought they would take Call of Duty off of PlayStation. And that's a major projection, right? What Sony is projecting is that that's what we would do if we got Call of Duty. And Sony was terrified of that, understandably so. And to be fair, Microsoft kind of made it seem that way, where it's like, here's a 3-year deal. Why would you make a 3-year deal if you're not planning on taking it off our platform? Something changed along the way. And I think what changed is that Microsoft realized that, dude, Call of Duty is, and the Call of Duty microtransaction storefront is more valuable than 99% of things in this industry, than 99% of all things in any other industry. What are we talking about here? Well, what makes it so valuable? It's player base. Not just the player base and the money they're spending in that storefront. They're buying the game year in and year out, and they're spending God knows how much money in that storefront for skins and battle passes and the whole 9 yards. And so, in other words, what Microsoft did was they laughed and they said, no. You misunderstand. We're not going to use this to sell consoles so we can then continue to subsidize console sales. No. We're going to just make money. We're just going to make all the money we can from PlayStation, from Xbox, from PC, from mobile, through, from Warzone and Battle Royale. That's what it is. And I think people just don't kind of realize that, like, Microsoft then said on top of that, we also want to take that exact approach with our single player games too. Hence why Indiana Jones is on PlayStation. When you look at Sony, I feel like what they're doing with Helldivers is basically them just kind of reaffirming that, like, yeah, dude, you'd have to be kind of brain dead to make a live service game in 2025, have it be a success, and decide you want to continue to lock it off. This is another reason why people need to kind of highlight the fact that Sony went back on the PSN thing. Not just with Helldivers, but in general. And I think it's because they realize, so why is Sony valuing the MAU so much? The monthly active user, why is that so valuable? Well, for that one, can't blame Microsoft. For that one, you can blame Fortnite. You can blame Call of Duty. I guess that would technically fall under Microsoft. You can blame Roblox. You can blame The Last of Us. No, not The Last of Us. Grand Theft Auto Online. I almost said The Last of Us Online. You can blame Minecraft. You can blame the most successful live service games in the industry. Why is the monthly active user now the be-all, end-all? You can blame them. And if you want to take it further, you can blame the people playing those games if you want to. But this is why I'm saying, like, dude, Jim Ryan, I always refer to this because he tried to tell us, man. And I always underlined, highlighted, put it in bold lettering. I've always screamed about the fact that, did you guys hear what Jim Ryan just said? Did you hear what he just said? When he said that, we don't need to create a subscription service like Game Pass, like something that resembles Spotify or Netflix. We need live service games because successful live service games are basically subscription services within themselves. The live service game becomes the platform. What you are witnessing is Microsoft and Sony realizing that having a successful storefront as a platform is only one viable option. And there are so many successful live service games that have been turned into platforms that reveal that it's like, hold on, you're telling me Roblox is basically competing with the PlayStation Store? Yes. Yes. It's like, well, Sony's still getting 30% of every dollar that flows through Roblox on PlayStation. That's true, but let me ask you, what's better, 30% or 100%, 30% or 70%? The answer's simple. 100 or 70% is better. So Sony understands that their storefront is not going anywhere, dude. Sony's storefront is stronger than it's ever been, even though it's got a lot of slop on it. But that's true. It's like they get so much fucking garbage flowing in through there. It's more successful than it's ever been, and nothing is hurting it right now. They see that. They see that we got Death Stranding 2, PS5 exclusive. We got Ghost of Yotei, PS5 exclusive. We got Wolverine. We got Saurus. We got Intergalactic. These are all going to be games that are going to help sell and push, these big event games that are going to push the console and our storefront. We have a massively successful live service game called Helldivers 2. And if we want to make we want Helldivers 2 to evolve to be its own platform. So not only will Sony own the PlayStation Store as a platform and the PlayStation ecosystem as a platform, soon they're gonna if they are successful in their endeavor, Helldivers 2 will be a second platform that Sony owns that will exist in its own way across every device. And I don't know, to be honest, I don't know if Helldivers can successfully be turned into a platform, but that's the end goal of all live service games. Very few achieve it. And not every live service game needs to basically literally be a platform, but that's the end goal. And if Sony is successful with Helldivers 2, which, it seems like they are, but I don't know what the long-term viability of Helldivers 2 is. I don't know if 5 years from now it's still going to be going strong. But if it is, that's not going to be enough. Sony's view of it is we want the PlayStation Store, the PlayStation ecosystem. That's our bread and butter. You know what? We want Helldivers 2 to be the second helping, right? We want Helldivers 2 to be let's put it like this. The PlayStation storefront and ecosystem is the meat and potatoes. We want Helldivers 2 to also be our bread and butter. We want a second successful live service game that can turn into a platform that can be our fucking second loaf of bread in case we run out of the first. And then we want a third successful live service game that can turn into a platform so that way we can have fucking dessert. It's just, that's what Sony's after. That's what Jim Ryan's vision was. And there's a reason why, even though Jim Ryan's gone and everybody thinks that he ruined PlayStation, there's a reason why PlayStation is the most profitable or, successful it's ever been. And Garrett, you're saying you don't see Xbox making a dent for Helldivers, and you could be right. And I get laughed at and made fun of, on Twitter and shit for saying this, but it's like, I'm not trying to, it's not a slight at Xbox players. I'm not trying to pick a fight with them, but it's like, dude, your platform is not known for game sales, dude. That should be something that people are okay to admit because you're choosing to subscribe instead of buy, and that's fine. Microsoft wanted you to do that, but you can't deny that your platform's not known for game sales. So another angle to look at this, by the way, is if Helldivers 2 does an inconsequential amount of numbers on Xbox, it's like it just does okay, or maybe even not well. I'm not saying it will, but if that's the case, Sony will be able to turn to their shareholders and say, we tried. We took this game and we put it on the other console that's known to shooty shoot games, right? And it didn't do well. So don't ask us in the future why we're not doing what Microsoft is, why we're not reciprocating. I'm just saying that's a possibility. That's a possible thing that they could be doing where they're just trying to find out. What's the upside? The upside is we get millions of sales, we get millions more players, we get millions more microtransactions. That's the upside. What's the downside? We got just a few sales, and really it's almost at the end of the day nothing even happened. And we just know not to do it again. The upside greatly outweighs Like it's risk mitigation, dude. Like the people are like, well, what about the brand, the damage to the brand? And this is where I need to continue to refer people. Talk to me about Ghost of Yote. Talk to me about Wolverine. Boss, stop. Talk to me about Wolverine. Talk to me about all these upcoming PS5 single-player games and tell me where Sony said they're coming to Xbox. No. I'm not asking you to tell me that you think they're coming to Xbox or that just wait, it's going to happen. No, I'm asking you to tell me where did they say that's going to happen? What did they do to prepare you? Oh, they put Helldivers 2 on Xbox, so they're preparing you. They took a live service title that launched day and date on PC and put it on another box, and you're using that as a definitive proof that upcoming single player games are no longer going to be used to they're not going to be leveraged as exclusives anymore. Basically, what I'm trying to say is what Xbox players are saying right now is what PC players have been saying to us for years. It's nothing new. The rhetoric is nothing new. The actual announcement is new, but the rhetoric behind it is not new. PC players have been telling us for years that Sony's going to go day and date with all their games. It's just a matter of time. And we tried telling them it's just going to be live service. Most likely. That's what they said. Well, it's not that we're telling them. That's what Sony's telling you. Sony told us it's just going to be live service games day and date. Single player games are still going to be used to sell consoles. What are we seeing right now, 6 years later? What are we going to probably see for the remainder of the generation? So right now, I'm seeing the same thing with Xbox players where they're like, well, it's not just going to be live service games that come to Xbox. It's going to be all games. Like, that's not what Sony told me. Tony told me pretty clear cut that they're going to, and then, could it be an older game? Maybe. I don't know, man. I'm all over the place at this point. I'm almost hitting the 4-hour mark. I was not planning on streaming for 4 hours today. But there's a lot to unpack with all this. And I just think that trying to observe it from Sony's perspective, man, I think the biggest thing that we need to get away from, I need to get away from, and I think a lot of these conversations need to get away from, and I'll try to do a better job of it before I wrap this up, is people I think really want to believe that PlayStation is the same as Xbox. And I'm not saying this to make it seem like PlayStation's better, because I know a lot of people here do feel that way, but I'm not trying to have like the console war. I'm not trying to stoke those flames. I'm just here to say that like PlayStation and Xbox are not the same in ways that deeply matter when it comes to people's perception. You get what I'm saying? Well, Salaire, this stream has been a bit of a cluster. I don't know if you noticed my title. People don't really. Today's stream is an abnormal one, so the viewership was fine earlier. It's a little bit all over the place, but I'm gonna wrap it up here in just a minute anyway. I'm just trying to ultimately say here that Microsoft, and Xbox, they lack quite a few things that Sony has. And no, I'm not. Again, I'm not saying that in like I'm flexing on Xbox and I'm telling you that Sony's better. I'm saying factually, PlayStation has things that Xbox doesn't. Steven, take care, man. I hope you have a good time. Thank you so much for again the just incredible support today. I really appreciate that, man. And I hope to see you on Sunday when we come back with another stream. I'm going to be wrapping this up any minute now. Hope you have a good night. Enjoy the rest of your 4th of July. And yeah, that's all. That's the final thing. I'm just going to end this. I'm going to end it on that note, man, is that with the things that I'm describing, PlayStation has an unbelievably successful storefront where they are selling billions of games, literally, like over the course of years. Like they have incredibly successful first party studios that every time they release a game, it's like a massive event, and they go on to sell millions, sometimes over 10, 15 million units. Sony has the most successful subscription service in gaming. Yeah, I know that's a shocker, isn't it? The most successful subscription service in gaming somehow is not Game Pass, it's PlayStation Plus. Isn't that crazy? Sony also has at least one major successful live service game with Helldivers 2 alongside all of their successful single player games and their award-winning games. Sony has had 3 generations so far out of 4 where they've sold over 100 million consoles, and the PS5 is going to probably be the 4th generation where they do so. Microsoft hasn't had one. This isn't me trying to beat Xbox or their players into the ground. This is just me trying to explain to people that when you see the things you see Sony doing, like when Sony says in their shareholder meeting, in their business meeting, when a shareholder asks, there's a question, how do you feel about Xbox and what they're doing? And Sony says, it's a shame. Not, they don't say it that way, but they say, we love competition. We always want more competition. But Xbox is doing their thing. We're just worried about what we're doing. I think people need to keep in mind that Sony's not just bullshitting that. Like, they're not just saying that. That Sony looks at everything I just listed and they're like, these are things we have that our competition simply doesn't. And we've worked on them. We've worked to have these things. We've God knows it's been like 4.5 generations they've worked to build these things up. And I just think that, like, when people see Sony putting Helldivers 2 on Xbox and they're like, oh, they're copying Microsoft, it's like, I don't think you understand what you're talking about. Like, I don't think you understand that, like, maybe you could say, like, they're doing the same thing that Xbox is doing, but my question is, what is Xbox doing that Sony what is Xbox do? What is Sony doing that Xbox isn't doing? That's what you should be focused on, in my opinion, if you want to have that conversation. Boss, come on. But anyway, that's going to do it for the stream, guys. There's no total fail, bro. Boss, that was the biggest fail, man. Oh my God. That's it. I guess this was necessary. We just had to get this all out. MacTube, I know. That's going to be me in the coming days. That's what I'm going to be doing. I know. It's, dude, isn't it addicting? It's like shocking, right? This is MacTube. This is why I try to tell people, like, people who were talking shit on Death Stranding, they just don't know. They just don't know, man. They don't know. They think they know, but they don't know. Game is truly addicting. It's actually kind of scary. Like, this game is so good and so addicting, and I'm like, man, I'm going to be pretty sad if we actually don't get a third one. But, all right, guys, that's going to wrap it up today. Sorry the stream was totally chaotic and all over the place, but we'll just chalk it up to it was a bonus holiday 4th of July random stream where, it's a mixed bag. You don't know what you're going to get. We'll be back on Sunday, okay? And Sunday we're going to have a proper stream, proper topics, and we're going to talk video games. I know, shocking. So, guys, please enjoy the rest of your 4th of July. I want to extend a massive thank you to everybody who dropped support today. Massive day for Super Chats. We had a massive day for members yesterday. Massive day for Super Chats today. Thank you so much, especially to New Soul 9 and Stephen Leon. Those guys dropped some massive donos, so thank you so much. And I also just want to make sure before I head out that I didn't miss any more direct donations, because sometimes I do miss them. No, we're good on that. And also a shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter, two things. Man, I don't know if he's here right now. Devil Shooter, if you're here, bro, I don't know if you did timestamps. God damn it. I meant to tell you at the beginning of the stream. Sorry, I forgot that you didn't have to do timestamps for the stream. And I also did a song at the beginning that's going to end up getting cut. So, God dang it. I'm sorry. But maybe he's not here. It is the 4th of July. He might not be here. So I'll have to send him an email saying he doesn't have to worry about it. All right, guys, that's it. Enjoy the rest of your holiday. I will catch you on Sunday. I'm going to go spend some time with the family, get some gaming in. Hope you guys do the same. And we'll be back here soon. So, till next time, take care, everyone.